Sorry, just bear with us this morning. Having a little IT glitch. No, I'm good. Thank you.
It says it's preparing my desktop.
We'll roll call in a moment here. Assuming I can get logged in. I don't have everything I need in front of me, but I'm going to call us to order anyway. And begin by recognizing that today's council meeting is being held on traditional Treaty 6 territory, which has been home to the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, and the Nakota Sioux peoples, as well as other Indigenous Canadians for centuries or millennia, and also one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation, and a gathering place for descendants of settlers and very recent settlers from all over the world trying to build a better and safer city together, which will be the theme of much of our discussion today. This is actually a potentially 3-day meeting to get through everything. Certainly we'll need today and Wednesday, and we'll see if we need Friday, depending on how things go. So that time is held in our calendar. I will roll call now to establish attendance from members of council. I will start with sorry, I just need the right sheet here. I will start with Councillor Cartmel this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Henderson is here in person.
I am here.
Good day. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Hello. Councillor Nickel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Banga is away on for medical reasons. Councillor Zadig.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor McKean.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. live and on deck. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Essinger. Good day. So thank you all for joining us this morning. I will need a motion to adopt the agenda with a number of changes. Councillor Essinger, have you got those before you?
I do. I will move that the November 16th, 18th, and 20th, 2020 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Additions under 614 Council and Committee Agenda Prioritization, 625 UPass Options, 626 Plan to Meet Immediate Housing Need, 9.3 City Manager Recruitment Update, and the deletion of 9.2, the Plan to Meet Immediate Housing Need Progress Report.
Thank you. Seconder for that?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Any questions on the agenda as presented with those adjustments? Not seeing any. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda as amended.
We're just waiting for two more.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Walters? Councillor Walters? Mr. Mayor, I believe Councillor Walters he's absent. We
Okay.
have all the votes.
Please display the vote among those present. So that's carried 11-0. The minutes, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the October 28th and 30th, 2020 special City Council meeting, the November 2nd and 4th, 2020 City Council meeting, the November 3rd and 5th, 2020 City Council public hearing, and the November 4th, 2020 City Council public hearing.
Thank you. Any questions? I need a seconder for that. Well, I'll second it. Any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions on the minutes? Not hearing any. Please vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Walters. My computer shut down there, so I missed one, and I'm not giving the prompt here. So I'm back.
But you're a yay for the minutes?
Yay for the minutes and was for the agenda as well. I was just about to vote, and then it all went haywire. Thanks.
Okay. Well, we weren't able to register your vote for the agenda, but we'll be able to register it for the for the minutes.
I will leave my attendance record mildly sullied, but that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks for your understanding.
We're just waiting on a few more votes for the minutes. Councillor Paquette, yours just came in, and Councillor Katarina.
Thanks.
I may have double voted.
No, we've got
Yes.
we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. And that's carried. Protocol items. This is what I can't open right now for some reason. What I'm going to do is,
Mr. Mayor, I know Councillor McKean and myself have protocol items as well as yourself.
yeah, okay, I will allow you guys to go ahead while I try to get mine lined up, because there are 4. So I will do the first, which is easy, which is to welcome our friends from the grade 6 class at St. Paul School in Ward 1 and their teacher Christine Zahari, who are here virtually with us for City Hall School. Welcome, girls and boys. And then I have Councillor McKean, followed by Councillor Zadek, and then I will see if I can get mine working.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I'm happy this morning to be able to spotlight some very good news. In a few minutes, we will watch Stronger Together, Part 2 in a series of videos created to celebrate the ongoing relationship between the City of Edmonton and the Enoch Cree Nation. And after that, we'll hear a little bit from my colleague, Enoch Cree Nation Councillor Michelle Wilsden, who is with us online this morning. Hi, Michelle. But before we get to that, a little background. For those of you who are watching and might not know, the City of Edmonton and neighboring Enoch Cree Nation share an 8-kilometer border on the west edge of the city. We're neighbors. And that's a word with some important connotations and meaning. We want to be a good neighbor. Good neighbors watch out for each other, take care of each other, work together to make life better for each other. And that's what both of our governments are doing. In March 2017, our two governments signed a memorandum of understanding, formalizing our commitment to building and maintaining a positive, mutually beneficial relationship. That milestone became possible because of what happened in 2016, when the City of Edmonton and the Enoch Cree Nation created one of 4 partnerships to be recognized nationally, a First Nation Municipal Community Economic Development Initiative, or SETI. This is a joint national initiative of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and CANDO, the Council for the Advancement of Native Development Officers. Since that time, elected officials and staff for both governments have met to explore opportunities for collaboration and information sharing in a wide range of community economic development themes. These have included recreation, parks, housing, public transit, land use planning, and shared services. One thing I'm especially excited about is the 2 youth councils, one from the City of Edmonton and one from Enoch Cree Nation, have been meeting together. It's a cliche, but we know that youth are our future, and the fact that they're talking together about what their biggest challenges are and sharing their hopes and dreams is incredibly important. When our youth councils got together, they realized local youth are facing a lot of common issues and challenges, including the big issue of mental health, tackled in the 3rd video today. I'm hopeful that together these young people will help change our culture and bring us even closer together as treaty people. Because collaboration and cooperation between both governments and between our communities will make us both stronger. It's been 3 years since both parties signed the Memorandum of Understanding, and a series of 3 videos were created to celebrate and showcase the past, present, and future of our relationship together. I hope that as you watch this 2nd video in the series, you can find all 3 of them online at the City of Edmonton website. About our current work together, you feel as inspired as I do, and that you agree we should continue to aim to be Canada's most welcoming Indigenous city. I look forward to continuing to pursue a lasting relationship based upon mutual respect, honor, recognition, and friendship. Let's continue to respect and take care of each other. Thank you. And now, to the video.
Enoch Cree Nation and the City of Edmonton have been neighboring communities for quite some time. Historically, these 2 communities have worked independently of each other, despite the close proximity. They have coexisted with minimal and sporadic sharing of information between the 2 governments. This is changing.
Well, in a time of reconciliation, it's critical that all governments at all levels in Canada think about our relationships with Indigenous peoples and with Indigenous communities, and particularly if you're next door neighbors, it's especially important to build relationships and maintain them.
With a clear vision for their joint relationship, they're bringing these two communities together to promote collaboration, innovation, and friendship.
There's such a great opportunity here to not only learn from our friends in Enoch, but also to enjoy cultural exchanges. You know, I really think Edmonton will soon have the largest urban Indigenous population in Canada. We should aspire to be Canada's most vibrant Indigenous city and be welcoming people from around the world to enjoy that part of our culture.
Working together with principles of mutual prosperity, building happy and healthy communities will make both communities stronger. With collaboration, community economic development and land use planning is possible.
Well, when we first signed the MOU and we were contemplating the principles behind it, we had always anticipated that the government-to-government relationship would somehow deepen into a community-to-community relationship.
SETI, the First Nations Municipal Community Economic Development Initiative, brings together First Nations and municipalities to build a structured, formalized relationship through joint community economic development planning and initiatives. The important thing to demonstrate is that this kind of dedication is possible to implement with a large city and First Nation.
Enoch and Edmonton, from the very beginning, they had very strong leadership from the mayor and from the chief. They sat down and put together an MOU, which was really a very formalized way of saying we have a future together, we have a long-term vision.
In 2016, SETI brought the City of Edmonton and Enoch Cree Nation together to come to an agreed fundamental understanding of why the two jurisdictions should join together in conversation. From there, a working group was created.
We realized if we wanted to get anywhere, we needed a great working structure that had representatives from the elected officials as well as from staff.
Information sharing between community partners is more efficient and information is much more accessible.
I would say the shift has been significant. Nowadays, it's very common to see our staff here at Edmonton Tower. It's very common to see city staff out in Enoch. And not only are we seeing enthusiasm for the relationship that we have together, but people are bringing innovation to the table as well.
The working group aims to continue this relationship, much like the treaty, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows.
Enoch and Edmonton have always had a relationship, but I wouldn't always define that relationship as being necessarily positive or healthy in the past. So the MOU really signifies a turning point in that relationship where we made a commitment to come together and build and maintain a positive relationship.
At this time, they're considering joining the two communities through transit, recreation and park development, housing, and land use planning.
You know, coming together, as my friend Don Iveson says, in this area, we're all treaty, so we all share together. Today, in that room, I saw our two youth councils coming together. It was collaboration, it was building a relationship, and they can look back on today and say we started our relationship in a proactive, good way.
This is the first time that both jurisdictions have come together in partnership to discuss and facilitate projects alike.
This relationship with Enoch has evolved from thinking about, is there something specific we could do together, to how do we want to change the way we work together for the future? We are not just doing this for a transaction because we need something. We want to shift the way we work together. And this work with Enoch and the MOU has really shown me that this is about changing culture in a big way.
Mr. Mayor, I would now like to introduce my neighbor and friend, the fantastic councillor from Enoch First Nation, Michelle Wilsden, to say a few words. Michelle.
Great, thank you, Scott, and good morning to Mayor and rest of Council. It's wonderful to see your faces again. I'd like to, begin by bringing greetings to you all on behalf of the Enoch Cree Nation. Reflecting over the past few years, I think it's really important that we recognize the relationship that we've committed to as leaders, but more so, I want to congratulate the staff of our respective administrations for really taking the spirit of that MOU and applying it to the work that they do. I think that a lot of congratulations are owed to our teams, and I'd just like to take a moment to recognize those. And and to recognition that, today we are all leaders in a very challenging time. We are facing some of the biggest challenges of probably, generations with respect to the economic and, health crisis that all of our communities are challenged with today. And I know that you're all very busy. Just like Enoch Cree Nation, you have a number of very difficult decisions before you to walk our communities through this crisis. And so it's so important and it's so meaningful to me that you've taken some time this morning to recognize the relationship that we have together, because certainly the road to recovery from this pandemic will take some time, and I take comfort in knowing that we'll be walking that road together, and no doubt we will get there faster and we will go farther by doing so together. So I just really appreciate your time this morning. I wish you all very well, and good luck to you all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Wilsden. I'd echo your recognition for staff who've done an enormous amount of relationship building and work themselves. And so I want to thank you for that recognition. Thank you and your colleagues from the Band Council, including Chief Morin, of course. We were just kids in that video. We've got some gray now compared to then, but thank you for your leadership, and thank you to Councillor McKean as well as Councillor Hamilton, leads on our Indigenous Relations Initiative, for the effort here. And a good note to end to start on today. So thank you all for that recognition, and thank you, Councillor Wilsden, and thank you again to all of the staff, and thank you, Scott, for bringing that forward this morning. A round of applause for that work. It's significant. Next up, I have Councillor Zadek on behalf of the Military Family Resource Center 30th anniversary. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure to be here talking about a different type of relationship, and that last protocol item was really great. But for right now, I think it's fair to say that 2020 has offered an unusual amount of challenges and negativity. Luckily, there are still many things to celebrate, and I think it is especially important right now as it is easy to become discouraged. So here's one of those bright spots. This year, the Military Family Resources Center, or the MFRC, is celebrating its 30th anniversary, and I am pleased to welcome the Board of Directors as guests today. You'll see that they're mostly wearing red. Executive Director Raza Parlin, Deputy Director Craig Charette, Board Chair, a name that many of us know here well, Caitlin Corbell, Treasurer Kim Earls, and Communications Manager Angela Duckworth. Thank you for joining us. Coming off of Remembrance Day, we all appreciate what organizations such as yours do, although not every Edmontonian knows about the MFRC, and that's why it's nice to highlight your achievements at City Council here, especially after 30 years of success. From the beginning, the MFRC has kept military families at the heart of its mission. Just like the graphic we see on the screen indicate, they started out in the year 1990 by offering childcare and play schools in a shared building in Griesbach, which used to be the home of the military base before they became our neighbors to the north. Over the past 3 decades, they expanded to offer several programs and resources to help military personnel in many other aspects of their lives, including the 2008 launch of Children with Parents Who Have Experienced Trauma program. That became a national program 4 years later. From Month of the Military Child to youth dances to deployment support and staying fit, the MFRC offers it all and offers something for everyone within the military family. As I am speaking, I hope you're seeing the photos being shared of some of the fun activities that go on. Even while navigating COVID-19, the MFRC has managed to remain committed and connected to its members, offering support at every turn. As a city with a rich military history, it's a privilege to see the commitment
our shirts. We have the
organizations that is dedicated to the well-being of our military personnel and their families. I look forward to seeing the MFRC continue to grow and flourish over the next 30 years. So on behalf of Edmonton City Council, congratulations on 3 decades of service, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek, and thank you to all of the representatives of MFRC for the extraordinary work that you've done now for a generation here in our community. And I always reflect around Remembrance Day what a strong welcome this community provides for active service members and their families, and it's one of the reasons why so many people choose to retire here. And so you're essential to that work, which makes you partners in talent attraction and retention for the city. And so in the spirit of all of that, and during this week of remembrance still, we thank you very much. So congratulations to MFRC. Thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Zadek. Now, on a more somber note, I'd like to take a few moments this morning to remember and honor former Councillor Lawrence Oliver, or Buck, Olson. Sadly, Buck passed away in August of this year at the age of 94 years. He served the city of Edmonton from 1971 to 1980 as what was then referred to as an alderman for Ward 4, and his family shared that they remembered his time on council as very exciting to him. Over his 9 years on council, he contributed to many important projects that have come to define our city. He was a doer and wasn't afraid to face controversial issues head on. He played a huge role in the development of the LRT, which at the time made us the only city of under 1 million to have such technology. And he also had a hand in bringing the 1978 Commonwealth Games to our city, and he was a strong voice for building the Edmonton Convention Centre on Grierson Hill. Buck had a degree in civil engineering and worked on such noteworthy projects as the Trans Mountain Pipeline, the first one, presumably, and he was a lead in the engineering firm which in 1954 became Hamilton and Olson Surveys, which is still in operation today, long after his retirement in 1992. He was also a member of the Rotary Club of Edmonton since 1959 and embodied their motto of service above self. Buck was one of those people who took his job and his role in the community very seriously indeed. Outside of politics, he was a Little League coach, a fisherman, a father, husband, and friend, and apparently a very lucky card player, and delighted in sharing many outdoor pursuits with everyone at his cabin at Lac St. Anne. The appreciation of family, hard work, and nature guided his peaceful retirement days that were filled with projects and surrounded by loved ones, birds, and loyal dogs alike at the lake. On behalf of City Council, I extend my heartfelt condolences to his family, many who are watching on the live stream and some who have joined us here today, Buck's daughter Lisa, his son Andrew, and his granddaughter Natalie Olson. So thank you all for joining us today. Please rise and observe a moment of silence for Buck. Thank you. Well, thanks for being with us here this morning, Lisa and Andrew and Natalie. We're so sorry for your loss. But a life well lived, it certainly sounds like, and we're grateful for his service to our community. I think those are all the protocol items for this morning. We have another one at 1:30 this afternoon. But we'll now turn to the selection of items for debate. Open the speakers list, have folks click on.
Yeah, the speakers list is activated.
Councillor Carmel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take item 5.4.
Okay.
Item 622. Sorry, item 614. And items 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5 for voting purposes only.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody want the vehicular access closures for anything other than voting purposes? Not hearing any. Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
I believe we have a time specific for 6:09 and 6:10.
Yep.
Okay. And that's all.
Sorry, did he, sorry, Councillor.
6:09 and 6:10? Yes.
And 6:11 then, because it's cross-referenced.
Yeah, 6:11's cross-referenced. Councillor Hamilton?
Because we have them in front of us, I think it probably behooves us to grab 6:1. It's cross-referenced up to 6:7, and I don't know if the delegation would like to speak to all 7. But I guess it doesn't. They're cross-referenced, so we can deal with them all together.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm going to select 9.1 and 9.2 and 9.3. Councillor McKean?
I have a question on 6.8.
Okay. Thank you. Any other selections?
I can ask. I was thinking 626 is a lot in there, just understanding what the implications are.
Sure.
I just for information, I don't really have questions, but reading through the report, I'm not sure it's all. I think it'd be good to get an update on that.
Okay. Oh, sorry, 9.2 has been deleted.
Yeah.
And is, I presumably been replaced by 626 then, so.
That's correct.
Okay, so there might be a couple of questions arising from that we can deal with under 626 instead of 9.2.
Yep.
So that's good to catch. Any other selections? Someone want to move the balance then?
So move.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Nichols, seconded by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Councillor Hamilton?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Katarina?
Yes, for me, the voting isn't coming up.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously. Could you read back what's happened so far this morning?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this morning, Council has approved the following. Item 4.1, City of Montreal Financial Assistance Policy Summary will now be rerouted to Executive Committee coming back on January 18th, 2021. Council has also approved the following request to reschedule. 5.1, follow-up from the Edmonton Tourism and Convention is coming back on November 30th to Executive Committee. 5.2, non-governmental organizations, review of funding allocated by levels of government for social services function is coming back to Council on December 7th, as is 5.3, Edmonton Police Commission scope proposals. 5.4 was selected for debate. Council's approved the following reports. Item 6.12, the Capital Financial Update, September 30th, 2012, and Item 6.13, Operating Financial Update, September 30th, 2020, not 2012, my apologies. 6.15, the Code of Conduct, Gift and Benefits. 6.16, Terwilliger Drive Express Upgrades, Capital Profile Amendments. 6.17, Approval to commence expropriation of interest in the property, Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program. 6.18, Ms. Adams Stage 17 Revolving Industrial Services Fund. 6.19, Maple Ridge Stage 6 Revolving Industrial Services Fund Extension. 6.20, LRT Network Expansion and Renewal Update. 621, Revised Community Energy Transition Strategy, Accelerated Actions and Draft Strategy. 623, Riverside Trail Realignment, Environmental Impact Assessment and Site Location Study. 624, Ray Gibbon Drive. 625, UPass Options for 2021. And that is it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that's quite a bit done for today. Good work at committees to prepare a lot of those items. We have no requests to speak, mercifully. Request for time specific. There is a suggestion that 6:09 and 6:10 and 6:11 with it be time specific for Wednesday, to give them their own due, and also that 9.3 be time specific for 3:45 today. Could I get a motion to that effect?
Happy to move that.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Seconded by, was that Councillor Carmel? No?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I couldn't make out.
Councillor Nichols.
Councillor Nichol. Okay, thank you. The reception's a little shaky where you're at. But noted that Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Nichol, moved the time specifics. Please vote. Actually, I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to making those time specific as proposed? Not hearing any. Then the bylaws. So let's deal with the 7.1 and 7.2, which Councillor Nichol must abstain on those, and then we'll deal with 7.3, 7.4, 7.5 separately. So Councillor Katarina, would you care to move third reading of 7.1, 7.2?
Yeah, I'll do that. Move third reading of 19337 and 19338.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Okay, please vote on third reading of item 7.1 and 7.2.
We're just getting the vote sent out, Mr. Mayor.
Here it comes.
Excuse me.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously with Councillor Nichols' abstention noted. Okay, Councillor Knack, would you be so kind as to move the readings, first reading on 7.3, 4, and 5?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to move that.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Henderson. Please vote on first reading of the access closures.
I'm a yes.
The vote hasn't come out yet.
Still yes. I'm in the meeting. I just can't. It's not.
Did you reload? Try reloading.
What?
Log out and log back in.
I'm logged in on like 3 devices right now.
Okay, all right.
The vote's on its way to you now. And we have an affirmative from Councillor Hamilton.
I'm trying the third browser.
Councillor Katarina? We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried 10-2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move second reading of items 73, 74, 75.
Second.
Second reading, please vote.
Just waiting on one, Mr. Mayor. We're good to go.
Display the vote. Carried 10-2.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading on items 73, 74, and 75.
Please vote to allow third reading to proceed.
The vote's on its way to you now.
There we go.
We're good to go, Mr.
Thank you. Display the vote. That's carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of bylaw 19469, 19470, and 19437.
Thank you. Seconder from Councillor Henderson
Second.
again. Okay. Please vote on third and final reading of those three bylaws.
We're good to go, Mr.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried 10-2. Okay, those are the bylaws. Councillor inquiries. I think Councillor McKean had one.
Oh, yes, I do, and I don't have it in front of me, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. Is it possible to do it later,
Yeah.
early afternoon or something?
Yeah, I can come back to you for
Or I
that.
have it, if that's helpful, I can put it in the chat.
Sure.
Yes, that would be, I apologize. Monday morning.
It's quite long, Councillor McKean.
Could you, I'm struggling getting this up, so
Would you like me to read it in for you?
that would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKean would like to make the following inquiry, that the national standard for Canada for psychological health and safety in the workplace is a voluntary standard that employers may implement. A 3-year case study involving over 250,000 employees across Canada found that 66% increased their awareness around mental health. The case study showed how the standard can help minimize the economic and personal costs of a mentally unhealthy workplace. Can administration bring a report on the process for implementing the national standard of Canada for psychological health and safety in the workplace for employees of the City of Edmonton? Point 2. Would you like me to read out point 2, Councillor McKean?
Please.
No, that's the notice of motion.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, right, sorry.
Okay. Okay. The inquiry is accepted. Thank you. Any other inquiries this morning? Okay. Well, good thing this wasn't a priority 1 call for police, because we're 45 minutes before we get to you here. Apologies. Maybe not making the best use of your time, but our 9:30 time specific now begins. So we can turn our attention to these cross-referenced and extensive reports turned around in a...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Cartmel, were you trying to get our attention?
Yes, I did select item 5.4, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you're quite right. Okay. Go ahead with questions. Well, actually, strictly speaking, we would deal with that after the time specific. So,
okay.
So if you don't mind, we'll carry on with the service and the commission here, and then we will, I promise, come back to that next.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. Thanks for flagging it. I had forgotten. So, okay, let's dive in with gratitude for a significant amount of work done since we last talked about this a few months ago. So, who's leading the presentation? Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start it off and introduce it here. First of all, as you mentioned, I want to thank a lot of our folks that put a lot of time and effort into gathering a lot of the information on a very complex motion. So, Mayor and Council, again, thank you for having me back to continue this important conversation. The time since this summer's protest and public hearings has been filled with deep reflection at the Edmonton Police Service. We've held a mirror up to ourselves, our policies, our actions, and what we've seen has reinforced the dedication to community safety and well-being in Edmonton. But it has also shown that change is inevitable and necessary. There is no denying the experiences and inequities racialized and vulnerable communities have called our attention to. The system where society operates in is inherently racist. We know this from the countless stories shared during the public hearings and from looking back on the practices Canadians have upheld for generations. It's in our schools, our healthcare system, our criminal justice system. It's all around us. We have heard loud and clear that this is an issue of Edmontonians are done waiting patiently to change. As I've said previously, I believe EPS and his ability to lead this much needed change. We have an exceptional team of professionals who truly wish to make a positive impact. I can confidently say, and I know this from my days working the front lines, that by and large, officers choose their career to make a difference. That doesn't mean we're perfect. It does mean we have the people, the talent, the dedication to be a service that all Edmontonians can trust. Our foundations are strong because of our people. I've had the privilege of watching officers begin the shift in defining the policing in Edmonton, becoming a modern police services that balances support with enforcement as our priority in 2019, before COVID-19 and before the death of George Floyd, and that continues to be our priority now. What we've seen in the past several months has validated our direction and shown us that we need to keep pushing for change. For more than a year, EPS has busy building relationships and calling on partners to help recalibrate the social safety net to go beyond the superficial. To be clear, we're not interested in Band-Aid fixes that keep the cycle repeating itself. We're interested in getting to the root causes that affect real, lasting change for those who need it most. What we heard through the public hearings and what we're hearing from our commitment to action has reinforced that this is the direction policing should be heading in. Now, there's a sense of urgency. As Chief of Police, I firmly believe that this urgency must be maintained with meaningful and evidence-based decisions to drive the kind of progress that's truly needed. We need to keep pushing. We need to keep including communities' voices, and under no circumstances can we give up. Our racialized and vulnerable communities can't afford for us to lose the momentum that we're building. Through public and community safety will always be our bottom line. We've taken a deeper look at a demand reduction and understanding what drives calls for police service in Edmonton. The data tells us we have two distinct groups that regularly come into contact with police. Many have heard me say this many times, but I think it is worth repeating. The first group are the serious, recurring offenders responsible for much of the violence in this city. Their presence in our city couldn't be any more evident than in recent weeks. What we've seen is completely unacceptable. The number of shootings, the violence, the domestic violence linked directly to this demographic. The second group that are vulnerable, at-risk, marginalized communities that have become unnecessarily entrenched in the arrest, remand, release cycle. These two demographics are separate, requiring different approaches to rehabilitation. This is what we mean when we say balanced support and enforcement. A one-size approach to policing does not fit all. Success isn't just the number of guns we take off the street or bad guys we put behind bars. It's about the number of individuals we help divert away from the justice system towards supports. It's important that we don't confuse the two, and I believe in many of these discussions that point is getting lost. We need to address both simultaneously to solve the feeder system and drive that drives the criminal justice system. Even though policing is only one aspect of the larger social safety net, we are uniquely positioned to push for change. We are the linchpin of community safety and well-being and the connecting agency that invites others to the table to plan and act for a better future. We are willing to continue leading that change so long as others are willing to bring their solutions to join us. We have a very diverse commission who have had the vision and foresight to move in this direction before others even seen the way. The key with our vulnerable communities isn't policing, it's partnership. Though police have been the catalyst to start the conversation, often because of existing positive relationships and understanding of the people involved, the path forward requires all of us to take action. If we keep only focusing on one aspect, we'll keep getting the same results. Community safety and well-being isn't owned by any particular agency. It's a group effort. Accountability is necessary on all sides of the create effective, human-centered solutions that serve our citizens over bureaucracy. This isn't about simply moving money from one area to another. What our citizens need are real, measurable outcomes. Our system is fractured. We don't have to look any further than the number of homeless camps that appeared over the summer to see that there's some very large and detrimental gaps. People are and will continue to fall through the cracks if we don't seriously begin considering how we can recalibrate the social safety net. The report that's before you, put together by MNP, has confirmed things we've long known. The way we're set up directly impedes our ability to effectively address the growing needs of our vulnerable population. This is because there's a lack of coordination and cooperation between service providers and funders. We should be working in teams with shared priorities and aligned performance metrics. There's inadequate data collection and consequent analysis of priorities and outcomes. How do we expect to affect positive change if we don't have the data to both back up our progress and adjust our approaches collectively? There's no continuum of care for our high-risk individuals. The system isn't set up to see them through every stage of their journey. We're not positioning these individuals up for success. And finally, there are limited preventative measures to mitigate the risk of individuals further harming themselves and others. This greatly reduces our capacity to be proactive in situations that have the most impact on the course of an individual's recovery or relapse. What this tells us is we need to look critically at what we are to be upfront in the system's failures. We've clearly identified the issues. We've known them for years. We shouldn't be surprised anymore. Now's the time for finding solutions. We talk a great deal about our utopia state looks like, but we never talk about how we're going to get there. What's needed is a paradigm shift, a complete systems transformation. Instead of continuing to play by the same rules, we need to start looking at how we change the game. Right now, we're focused on how we can individually fill in the gaps when we should be focused on how we can use our collective resources to span the entire spectrum. We should be shifting our focus toward recovery-oriented outcomes for a complete human services alignment. We are stronger, and care for our vulnerable population is stronger when we work together. And I want to be clear, I'm not talking about collaboration with little or no measurement of success. I'm talking about partnerships with collective outcomes. Let's take a moment to talk about EPS's budget. We've all seen the recent media coverage regarding the impacts of the Calgary Police Services budget, so I'd like to walk through our financials. The current EPS budget is $462 million, with funding coming from sources of the City of Edmonton and $62.3 million of that coming from the provincial government. As a police service, we are required regularly to report back on how this money is not only used, but also the outcomes it's enabled us to successfully achieve. Every dollar has a place and a purpose to guarantee the citizens are getting value. And remember, we have two sides of the coin we have to look after. Our funding formula set by this council provides us by the ability to manage organizational growth, navigate challenges resulting from the economic downturn and the pandemic, and adjust to our city's diverse needs. To date, we've made several adjustments, all within our existing budget to reflect this. We reduced the EPS budget as agreed, 2021-22 by 11 million over two years for council's motion in July. We understand the impact of COVID. What we hope to see is others bring money and resources to the table. We've reallocated approximately 28 million in resources to create the new Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau as part of Vision 2020. It's worth noting that the reallocation began in 2019, well before our conversations on defunding began, using internal money to do things different because of our funding formula. We've absorbed roughly 5 to 7 million in costs related to COVID-19 pressures and another 5 million resulting from provincial budget changes. By shifting monies within our current budget and taking measures internally, we've been able to address these shortfalls. We've also absorbed the 6 million for the implementation in-car video that's going to take place, which actually came out of the hearings, which the police service thinks is a move in the right direction. And another 6 million for the city's enterprise project that the City of Edmonton's HR system is replaced and that we need to be a part of for good reason. These adjustments, which total nearly 63 million, have allowed EPS to continue fulfilling its duty to the public while adopting and evolving the role of policing. And in the process, we are accountable to the public and our funding providers for every dollar we spend. While we're on the topic of money, I'd like to pose a question that we've struggled for a long time to find. How much funding do you think goes into our current social safety ecosystem? Utopia state aside, what dollar figure do we believe the system has in it? Is it millions, hundreds of millions, 2 billion? Based on public available data, the figure is 7.5 billion of segmented, siloed funding allocated on an organization by organization, program by program basis in Edmonton. This includes all funding from federal, provincial, and municipal sources, and this is every year. We know that social issues such as homeless, domestic violence, criminal justice, trauma, and mental health are complex and very intertwined, yet our funding is still dealt with in piecemeal, which means accountability and outcomes are also dealt with piecemeal. This is more than enough money in the system. 7.5 billion is a substantial amount. The issue isn't funding, the issue is the funding isn't integrated across the system to maximize social impact. We should all be heading in the same direction. And this is why we committed early on to the $11 million, as council clearly had the vision with our commission to start others realizing about collective outcomes. It was clear in my career when I first heard someone say that all we need to do is move money from police to other areas like social services, and I've heard it often since. What isn't said is that frequently as the estimated ratio for social service charities, addiction and mental health to police funding is already 7 to 1 for every dollar spent on policing. 7 are spent on social charities, addictions and mental health. Or when only looking at social service charities compared to policing, the ratio is 4 to 1. Let me be very clear. I'm not here to advocate for more money to EPS or to say that our social services shouldn't be well funded. Many of our social service programs do great work and have been exceptional partners with EPS. I'm here to say there must be a better way to recovery. And part of this is that we use our financial resources to get people focused on results and ultimately reduce demand for service. This is a conversation that goes well beyond policing and impacts an entire network of service providers and funders. We're hoping to be able to present the full scope of this dollar figure to council in the coming weeks. And we very much look forward to this. I want to turn it over to Sean Tout to provide some data in relation to some of the things in relation to our calls for service, which was a topic with the council motion.
Thank you, Chief McPhee, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to add some context to social disorder and specifically Edmonton Police Service's first response. The Edmonton Police Service has undertaken a comprehensive review of the citizen-generated and emergent and non-emergent phone calls for assistance to its police communication center. Triage and diversion opportunities and those social disorder and mental health-focused events that necessarily require a police officer first response. These situations are fluid and emotionally charged, and initial complainant information are often fractured, evolving, and lacking context. As a result, there are no additional social disorder or mental health-focused calls for assistance to divert to a community service provider absent a police officer first response, without exposing those partners and the public to unacceptable levels of risk. The question that prevails is this: immediately after a police officer first response, has identified the situation and environment to be safe, what 24/7 community service partners are available to engage in a direct referral to carry out the continuum of service and provide follow-up to support positive outcomes that reduce demand and decrease recidivism? These opportunities are significant. For the next few minutes, I will address the assertion that 30% of what police do is social work. Before I do, I want to recognize the complexity of this information. This complexity is representative of the decisions that are undertaken in arriving at the determination a citizen-generated call for assistance should be categorized as a social disorder call for service. The Edmonton Police Service received 539,138 emergent and non-emergent phone calls for assistance to its Emergency Communications Center in 2019. For the purpose of this discussion, we are focusing on the 385,034 calls specifically for EPS assistance. Of those 385,034 emergent and non-emergent phone calls specifically for EPS assistance, 192,513, or 50%, were triaged at source. Duplicate calls arising out of the same event were reconciled. Referrals to differential police responses, including Police and Crisis Team, our PACT team, heavy users of service, our HUAS team, and online reporting were undertaken, and referrals to community service partners were made, where an EPS police officer first response was determined not to be required. The remaining 192,521, or 50%, emergent and non-emergent phone calls necessitated the dispatch of an EPS officer or officers in a first response capacity. Of those, 113,389 resulted in additional EPS involvement and the completion of a formal occurrence report. 58,552 for disorder, other, and traffic investigations, and 54,837 for violent crime, nonviolent crime, weapons, and drug investigations. Of those 113,389 occurrences, 38,418 resulted in arrests being made. This does not include mental health apprehensions. There were 18,373 unique individuals arrested in 2019, but there were 43,262 arrests. There were 18,373 unique individuals, but 43,262 arrests. Of those 18,373 unique individuals, 10,606, or 57%, were arrested a single time. 33%, or 6,209 of the unique individuals, were arrested between 2 to 5 times. The top 1%, or 217 unique individuals, were responsible for 4,490, or 10% of the total arrests in 2019. The most prolific individual was responsible for 70 arrests alone. Of the 113,389 occurrences, EPS officers applied control tactics techniques in 1,817, or 2% of them. 2,106 unique individuals had a total of 12,406 control tactics techniques applied in 2019. The most prolific of those individuals was responsible for 23 of the 1,817 occurrences, resulting in the application of 54 control tactics techniques. Between 2000 and 2017, your Edmonton Police Service officers exercised the use of lethal force 13 times. 50% of all 911 and non-emergent phone calls to the Edmonton Police Service Police Communications Center result in a police officer dispatched call for service. Therefore, 192,513 911 and non-emergent phone calls to the EPS Police Communications Center were triaged and diverted, many of them, to our partner agencies. For example, the 24/7 Crisis Diversion Team managed 22,528 contact or calls in 2019. 13,995 were crisis diversion events. 720 were referred by the EPS Emergency Communications Center, with no EPS police officer response required. It is the remaining 192,521 calls for service that require a police officer first response that we will discuss. Specifically, those identified as social disorder in nature. Social disorder calls for service require a first response. That first response toolkit includes legislated and common law authority and powers, control tactics and techniques training and options, defusing and de-escalation training and options. And when EPS first response officers and their presence have rendered the situation and environment safe, this is where the opportunity exists for immediate and direct referral to 24/7 community service partners, but only where they are available to engage and carry out the continuum of service and provide immediate follow-up to support positive outcomes that reduce demand and decrease recidivism. These opportunities are significant, but the availability of 24/7 partner support is not. Much potential exists for new and enhanced community partnerships and for joint partnerships like the Joint Dispatch Center. The continuum of community safety supports and service is currently not integrated and responsive to the level that it needs to be. Of those 192,521 call for service that require an EPS first response, 48,810, or 25.4%, were initially classified as a social disorder based upon complainant information about the unfolding situation. Generally, police officer first response to social disorder calls for service is prioritized as a Priority 5 general service or Priority 4 priority response. But these situations are often fluid and emotionally charged, and initial complainant accounts are often fractured, evolving, and lacking context. These changing dynamics resulted in 429 social disorder calls for service being reprioritized to Priority 3, just occurred, Priority 2, in progress, property at risk, and Priority 1, high priority, in progress, person at risk. Continual monitoring and evaluation identified the need to expedite EPS police officer intervention. Those fluid and emotionally charged initial complainant accounts necessitate a police officer first response. That first response often results in the exercise of police officer legislated and common law authorities, crisis intervention and de-escalation, arrest, exercise of control tactics and techniques, victim supports, and evidence collection. And when EPS first response presence have rendered the situation and environment safe, this is where the opportunity exists for immediate and direct referral to 24/7 community service partners, where they are immediately available to engage and carry out the continuum of service and provide follow-up to support positive outcomes that reduce demand and decrease recidivism. As depicted in this slide, of the 48,810 initially classified social disorder calls for service, 6,457 were determined not to be that following a police officer first response. Furthermore, an additional 15,409 calls for service initially classified as something other than social disorder were identified as being just that following the first response and investigation. It is important to note this is a conclusion classification, a rearview mirror determination that is as a result of police officer first response and initial assessment, informing the proper and contextualized classification of the situation. Again, the continuum of community safety supports and services is currently not integrated to the level it needs to be. These opportunities are significant, but the availability of 24/7 partner support is not. Much potential exists for new and enhanced community partnerships and for joint partnerships, like the Joint Dispatch Center. So in summary, there were actually 64,219, or 16.7% of the total emergent and non-emergent phone calls for EPS assistance to its Emergency Communications Center in 2019 that were appropriately classified as social disorder following EPS first response and investigation. 38,113 of those, almost 10% of the 385,034 calls for assistance to EPS, required no further EPS involvement specific to that incident. However, 24,321, or 38% of the 64,219 social disorder calls for service, required additional work and resulted in an occurrence being filed. Again, this additional context is as a result of resolution. It is the clarity of the rearview mirror following police officer first response and investigation that identified 60% of the 64,219 social disorder calls for service were resolved requiring no further EPS involvement. But the challenge is how, with only the initial complainant information, to disentangle those 38,113 calls for service that required no further EPS involvement from the 24,321 occurrences that do at the initial contact point or emergency communications center point of contact. The next slides will identify the risks and potential impacts of getting this decision wrong. For this, we will focus on the 24,321, or 38% of this decision with the greatest impact for error. Over and above those 64,219 social disorder calls for service and occurrences classified as a result of first response and investigation, EPS officers provided first response supports to EMS, fire, and other community service agencies in 4,798 additional calls for service in 2019. 41%, or 1,967 of those, partner agency calls for EPS assistance for safety and support resulted in occurrences including violent and non-violent crime. For example, the 24/7 crisis diversion team that managed those 22,528 contacts and calls in 2019, of which 13,995 were crisis diversion events. Of those, 141 crisis diversion events required EPS officers to be dispatched to address escalation and increased risk experienced by community service partners. It is important to note that our community safety partner agencies have staging protocols driven by occupational health and safety rules and concerns that govern their engagement in certain circumstances until EPS first response has investigated and the situation and environment are rendered safe. It is following this EPS first response determination that they are permitted to engage. Remember, the paramount responsibility of the Edmonton Police Service and of your first response police officers is the preservation of life. The strategic potential of joint partnerships, like the Joint Dispatch Center, address these unintended consequences and risks of delayed response to these often fluid and evolving, emotionally charged initial complainant calls for assistance. Of those 24,321 social disorder occurrences, 3,077 were identified following first response investigation as being violent crime in 1,140 occurrences and nonviolent crime in 1,937 occurrences. There were 1,278 victims of crime identified in those 3,077 occurrences. And situational awareness and assessment necessitated the use of control tactics to gain physical control of accused in 238 of those instances. For additional context, we are sharing a consumer of EPS services perspective, a look at the who and not just the what. Within those 24,321 social disorder calls for service, EPS first response officers interacted with 24,399 unique individuals. The top 1%, or 233 of those unique individuals, were involved in 6,547 social disorder occurrences in 2019 alone. 486 of those were violent crime, 2,615 were nonviolent crime. For added context, between 2007 and 2019, these same 233 unique individuals have accounted for 19,600 occurrences, of which 25%, or 4,900, were nonviolent crime, and 15%, 2,940, were violent crime. And remember, occurrences represent only 59%, or 113,389, of the 192,521 EPS dispatched police officer first response calls for service, and they represent only 29%, or 113,389, of the 385,034 EPS-specific calls for assistance. This identifies significant risk to simply applying triage and deferral practices based upon call for service classification alone. Added context would be needed to include who is involved and what their recent histories include to mitigate unidentified risks. The strategic potential of joint partnerships like the Joint Dispatch Center could provide this additional context. Currently, EPS Emergency Communications Center staff do not have access to mental health risk and addictions information. They are limited to EPS information and initial complainant information in assessing first response criteria. Of those 24,321 social disorder occurrences, 54 resulted in violence being perpetrated against your Edmonton Police Service first response officers. That violence resulted in 93 criminal charges being laid, ranging from assaulting your police officer, including assaulting with a weapon, to disarming or attempting to disarm your police officer, and obstructing and resisting arrest. Lastly, I leave you with some context around the application of lethal force. Between 2000 and 2017, EPS officers exercised the use of lethal force 13 times. In every situation, the lives of your police officers were in imminent danger. Officers were attacked with a metal pipe, knife, or axe in 5 instances. In one of those attacks, your police officer was stabbed. In another attack, the suspect fought with and was in the process of disarming your police officer. In 7 attacks, your police officers had guns pointed at them. In 5 of those 7 attacks, your police officers were shot at. In 3 of those attacks, your police officers were shot. And as our city well knows, in 1 such attack with a firearm, your police officer was murdered. And 38%, or 5 of those 13 encounters, originated as a social disorder, trouble not known, or unknown call for service. These situations are fluid and emotionally charged, and initial complainant information accounts are often fractured, evolving, and lacking context. There are no additional social disorder and mental health focused calls for assistance to divert to a community service provider absent a police officer first response without exposing those partners and the public to unacceptable levels of risk. Significant opportunities exist to prevent the second, the third, and those prolific calls for service, where 24/7 community service partners are available to engage immediately, following a direct referral by first response police officers, and to carry out the continuum of services and provide follow-up to support positive outcomes that reduce demand and decrease recidivism. Thank you. I will now pass the floor to Edmonton Police Commission Chair, Ruth.
Thank you, Edie Tout, and good morning, Mayor and Councillors. I would like to start out by saying that the Commission fully stands behind the materials presented today. If you want to drive better outcomes, then change must happen. Both the Commission and the service are committed to that change. In fact, we hired the Chief to do precisely that, to do things differently, to create new systems, to drive down calls for service, and increase community safety. It is also important that the service is integrated into the continuum of care required that involves all the other supports within the human services ecosystem. Only then will we get the better outcomes that are necessary for community health and safety. The Edmonton Police Commission believes that Edmontonians deserve a safe city, one that includes protection by the police service. We know, however, that we must balance that with an increasing focus on the interventions for mental health, addictions, housing, and homelessness. Police are only one part of this larger system. We know that the opportunity exists for stronger community partnerships. However, at this time, none of the supports are integrated, and the entire system remains fractured and siloed. The fact is, very few agencies offer after-hours or weekend services. The police offer 24/7 response to all calls for service. This leaves a huge gap for the citizens of Edmonton, especially as it relates to the vulnerable and marginalized communities. As you have heard from the Chief, funding is not the issue. The alignment and integration of services is, and these are two different but equally important elements. City Council has made the decision to further reduce the services budget and suspend the funding formula with the intent to redirect these budgetary dollars to programs within the local community social safety ecosystem. Those dollars provided in the formula have allowed the service to create a Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau as part of their Vision 2020 initiative and allowed them to manage organizational growth without further funding requests to Council. The reports that have been provided to you today identify the overlap and redundancies within the entire system. We believe that only a full transformation of all the programming within the human services ecosystem with shared outcomes will generate the improvements that you are looking for. The Commission is finalizing a report to you on a complete scope and governance review to achieve the outcome of a balanced approach to community safety. You will have that report presented to you on December the 7th, and we believe our proposal will address gaps that the Chief has alluded to. In closing, The Commission is committed to continuous improvement within the Edmonton Police Service and improved outcomes for all residents of the City of Edmonton. We want to ensure Edmonton remains a safe and vibrant city and believe that we can work together to build a safer city that addresses not only council's but the public's concerns and expectations. Thank you, and I will now pass it back to the Chief to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Chair Ruth. And in my ending, my final remarks will start with where I began, with partnership. Community safety and well-being isn't about one organization or the other. Everyone in the social safety net owns a part of creating the best possible outcomes for Edmontonians. The better we can integrate our approach, outcomes, data, and funding, the better we can serve our citizens. And I just want to highlight in particular that I think a lot of these keys are in some of the things that this council set out a few years back when they went to open data. We can't fix what we don't know. Now is the time for brave leadership and radical change. Continue to think and operate in the same silos we have for decades doesn't benefit anyone, least of all our most marginalized. This is a call to action for folks to meet us at the table. Now is the time to come together. We can no longer afford to try and tackle our city's complex social needs individually. The thing that impressed me and actually attracted me to Edmonton is it's a city of trailblazers. We're known nationwide as a city of first. It's fundamentally part of our nature to think smarter, do better, and lead the pack. This is no exception. We are capable of much more when we act collectively. I want to thank Council again for their time, for allowing us to come here, and certainly we're available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the comprehensive presentation and the materials behind it. And there will be more coming to future meetings, but this is a really good start. So is the speakers list active?
Yes, it is, and there are already speakers registered.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, you'd selected this though, so I'll start with you.
Well, I'm happy to let somebody else
Okay.
go first.
Then Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I've got a number of questions, and you know, because some of what we're hearing, I think, from the MNP report about the need to look at things differently and bring things together in different kind of ways, not new information. It came up in End Poverty Edmonton as well. A lot of it is outside of our control because so much of that funding comes from the province. And it strikes me a lot of it, I think, what we found out was systemic, that when you put agencies in situations where they have to apply for project funds and go for, you know, not get ongoing, you know, that it gets fractured very quickly. And there are also ideological differences between agencies. I think that is also part of the challenge. And that there's something in the way we measure that actually may limit, you know, what we heard 5 years ago when we first started talking to people was that what people really wanted was someone who could go the journey with them. And some of our obsession with measurement makes it very hard to do that because you've got to come up with numbers early. So those are all impediments, I think. I understand exactly what's being said, and I think they're also understanding that there'll be different people that think we should respond to this in different ways. With all of those impediments, how do we bring it together? What tools do we have to bring it together? And maybe this is a question for the task force rather than for you guys.
Well,
and how do we also risk not making it so much a one piece of the puzzle that some of those more creative and other ideas that may be out there that don't get accidentally pushed out and we just get more formulaic rather than less?
Yeah, your points are bang on. We've known this for years, and having a fair bit of knowledge in this subject, because I had this for an entire government at one time, is it's structure. You need to look at structural change. It has to be data-driven. It also has to have qualitative, which is the people stories to go along with the data. It has to have collective outcomes when you actually measure people's success based on either others' success. And the reality is, first and foremost, is you actually need to know what's going into the system before you can affect the change. And I think you're bang on. Policing is unique. It's not elected. It's appointed. You put a commission in place. So you have independent oversight already. And that independent oversight allows for better accountability of resources, both human and financial. So all of those things will play in a role. We didn't share those big numbers because it's really, really important, to your point. It's not meant to scare or to discredit somebody, because you know the first thing they'll come out, oh, where did they get these numbers? Those aren't real. These are all public numbers. You know what I mean? So we shouldn't be surprised. And I think it's actually, to your point, Councillor Henderson, this is the chance, in my opinion, for us, as in the city and the province, to actually see the light together. And because you're bang on. There's 3 levels of funding. There's city, there's province, and there's also a big federal piece here too. So.
Well, and there's also charitable funding in here also. So I love, this is a conversation which I've been trying to for a long time. It's just how to get there, I think, when we have so few of the levers. But the one lever that I think we do have, where it sounds like there may be need for resources, and I wanted to explore this with you, is the ability for a non-police response 24/7. And now, is that about being able to respond, or is that about being able to do intake 24/7, or is it both?
Well, there's all kinds of that stuff. So, I mean, you can go through any particular call, place to take it. Does the place measure outcomes? Do you take people out of the system, or are you just basically perpetuating the system? There's a whole bunch of different questions that you can ask. But as you've seen from our stats, I think the big piece here that everybody seems to be missing, it's not always the first call we need to worry about.
Right.
Who's actually taking them out of the system, so we don't have to go the third and fourth. Because it's far too dangerous many times to send that group you're talking about to the first call. But the job of keeping them out of the system on measurement and sharing the data, that's where you make hay.
So it's the intake piece as much as the ability, it's
and
the
the
ability to
off-ramp,
respond
off-ramp.
24/7 and actually make sure that we're not just redirecting.
It needs to be off-ramped
Yeah.
into something.
And that probably is a resource challenge, I'm guessing.
I would say those resources are in, but I don't think they're
We need
aligned.
to apportion them differently.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering, in terms of the other thing, and I'm just about running, and I raised this the last time this came up, not with you guys, is have we been to the Privacy Commissioner for this issue of how we can share information between agencies? Because I think she would happily help. And I'm wondering if anybody has gone and taken that question, because I think there may be better solutions if we go to the Privacy Commission than we're seeing right now in terms of how we can share cross-agency information.
We have done that. We do that in anything we go forward. You get a privacy impact assessment. Again, going back, I haven't met a privacy commissioner, and I've spoken to many over the course of my career across this country. Information is meant to be shared. It's the how and the protection, but no privacy commissioner actually is against creating a safer environment. And what we're really talking about safety, I would say the privacy challenge is more on a bureaucratic side than it is from a privacy commissioner.
Yeah, that's my suspicion too. Great saying. I'll have to come around for another set. Thanks.
Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Chief McPhee. I just wanted to thank you and your team for your presentation today. When we had our public hearing on defund the police, we didn't have this data, and it was very one-sided. So we're getting the other side of the story today, and I really, really appreciate it. It gives a balanced perspective, let's put it that way. $7 billion going into the system. I know that's an estimate, but I suspect it's probably pretty good. That and all the numbers you threw at us today, this seems, and tell me, it seems almost impossible, too big of a problem to wrestle to the ground. Tell me how you feel about it.
That is a really great point. And if you remember early on, even back when you're in the commission, I said we got to focus on the 20%. Let's get 20% out of the system by prioritizing what we're going to focus on. Because the only way you get the next 10 is if you take 20% out first. If we're trying to fix the whole system, I 100% agree with you, Councillor. There's no way anybody can fathom that. But honestly, putting the right people in the room, as Councillor Henderson said, aligning the resources with the money and the systems in place right now, if we can't get 20% out of the system, I think we have the wrong people in the room.
Yeah, and it strikes me, having seen this happen actually on a walk along with a couple of your finest officers one night and seeing a guy that was asleep on a lawn immediately go into the fight mode when he was woken up by a police officer. Then he had to be taken away, had to be arrested. Like that chap, if he was in housing and in treatment and in care, that situation never would have happened. So even though you have all this data to show us that police needed to be there, and I believe it to be true, given if we had the proper places to care for a number of these folks, these HEWAS clients, if you will, the numbers would start to go down, yes?
I would put a rider on that. I agree with everything you said. I mean, we're doing a human-centered design approach right now through our accelerator. Is a lot of the individuals that you're talking about, it's not originally a home. It's got a lot of other things, but I think a home is a big part of the equation. I just think that if I could be so bold to say is we can't say it's the same solution for everyone, and I think that's what I learned walking around on the beat as well.
Yeah, no, I guess my point is, though, that given the right programs, services, and accommodations, we don't rely so much on the police to be dealing with these issues all day, every day.
You're absolutely right, Councillor. The police, you have to remember, are at the end of the continuum. The place to get your best diversion and best results is before they ever get to the police. And that's where an awful lot of the concentration has to happen as well. It's not just with the police. It's a holistic look at the system.
And just to compound that, Councillor, is the whole presentation we were trying to talk about, it's a pathway. And people are going to, when you're talking about recovery, people are going to come on and off that pathway, and somebody's got to pick them up. As you can see right now, who's picking them up? We're disproportionately picking them up because there isn't those things. And I think we got to just know what that pathway is, because I totally get housing, having had that file, but at the same time is we got to remember a lot of our systems that we have in current place in relation to emergency shelter, they're not full. So it's to focus on that pathway as well.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I totally agree. One system, one service provider is open 24/7, and I wonder what would be the reaction if you took somebody with sort of maybe not profound mental illness, but he was having issues, maybe addiction issues. What would happen if you took that person to the hospital? To emergency?
Well, right now it would be terrible, because obviously they have got other things going on in our hospitals or a crisis, but that still happens, and it's a long delay and it's a long timeline because there's no ability to triage that individual into something different than the hospital. So the Royal ALEC looks very similar to what we do in some of the core, trying to deal with these situations, and that's why we formed such a strong partnership with them. Now studying psychoactive substances, et cetera. How can we do different with some of the drug dependency?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. Chief McPhee, thank you for the presentation from your delegation. In all of this desired alignment that you describe, who needs to take the first step? Who's the real leader in driving alignment?
Well, I think that's what we're trying to do, is be the one that, because we're the one in the middle of the sandwich right now. I think the bigger driver is anytime you look at policing or services, it's generally local solutions, but I would say it's an absolute partnership between the province and the city, and the federal government probably would be the third.
I'll just offer and get you to respond to this. That's a very unequal partnership. There's just, jurisdictional limitations and financial limitations that, municipalities have as local solution providers. So there's currently the Premier's Council on Charities and Civil Society, which when I look at that mandate, I see them likely or potentially doing much of the work that's described in these very voluminous reports. What's your worry about the risk of us, talking a lot of tough talk here about what should happen and what needs to happen? But the province is ultimately going to do their own thing.
Well, first of all, I don't think our role is to pit the city against the province, because I think we're going to need all hands on.
No, I'm not saying that's the role. I'm just saying that there's a risk that I wonder about, like, what's our ability to do anything about all of this information that's before us, and particularly when the province has, through this what I read in the mandate of this council on charities and civil society, it seems like they really should be the ones who are leading this alignment.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you on leadership, but what I can say is there's a lot of levers in place that we currently have to create the system alignment and put the alignment in that potentially the province can emulate. And I think anytime we're talking about solutions, they're local. So I agree with, I don't want to look like I'm not agreeing with what you're saying, but there's also the Premier's Mental Health and Addictions Council. There's also the Human Trafficking Council and about 4 other councils. A lot of these things are heading to the same place, and they're playing out on our streets. So I think to your whole point, I think if I was saying that, I think there's a perfect opportunity in a time of a tight economy, a time of COVID-19 and the gun violence and everything else. I think we have the perfect time to actually do some joint planning.
And again, I'm just obsessed with who takes the first step, like who's ultimately going to, like, I know it's easy for us to say that we all have a role and we all have a part, but we all have different capacity. And there's, political relationships in the best of times can still be tenuous. I'm not making any particular comment on the current state of affairs. Just generally speaking, they're challenged in power dynamics that aren't really shaped fairly, so or equally. So I guess I'll come back to my first question. If there was one organization that had to take the lead, that couldn't avoid taking the lead here or being a significant part of that leadership, who would it be?
Well, I think we already took the lead between us and council, putting up $11 million to do things differently. I think there's a good bridge to start doing that differently. I think my own take on this is if we just wait for somebody to do things, there's a good chance we'll be waiting. And I would rather be part of the solution as part of EPS than waiting for somebody else. And we've got a whole bunch more.
But $11 million in the midst of a $7.5 billion investment in an ecosystem that doesn't measure outcomes as effectively as it should. I'm not trying to be obstinate here. I'm just or fatalistic. I'm just trying to make sure that the right people are leading this work. And if it's not us or you as an organization, because we're small players, I don't want to waste everyone's time and fail and then be here the next time something major happens and we go through this again. I'm major in terms of an event like the death of George Floyd, right? Like how do we actually change this, and who needs to be at the front of the line? I'm out of time, but I'll come back.
Councillor Essinger?
Thank you, and I'll pick up a little bit where Councillor Walters left off. Because, it's easy to understand, I think we all understand that we are all different players and we all want to get to a solution that Edmontonians are safe. I guess as I was thinking about it, I began to wonder, what is the National Police Association doing? Is everyone bringing the same or singing from the same song sheet, or is this unique to Edmonton?
Yeah, well, there's a group of chiefs that I get together with on a regular basis, trying to figure out how we do it, including Ottawa, Calgary, and four others just to talk about this. So I would say there is a momentum of change. Is it everybody? No. But I don't think that would be the same case with every council or every provincial government as well. So I'm a firm believer that we need to kind of take ownership of what we can. What we did in the police service, as I tried to articulate, is we moved $28 million of our existing budget into actually focusing on partnerships so we can actually control who we partner with. So I think there's lots of mechanisms that we can start this journey in relation to community safety and well-being. I don't think we need all the stars aligned, if that makes sense, to actually take the first step.
No, and I think it's great that we have to take the steps that are important for us to start. So help me understand this, in the 28 million that you put aside for the Community Safety Wellbeing Bureau, sounds like you're funding partnerships with different organizations to do things differently. Is that correct?
We've got some programs that come out of there, UOS, some of the things that we're doing, obviously, in relation to the school partnerships. There's several things, but there's also partnerships with, Bissell, Boyle, in relation to and then we've got our PAC teams. There's lots of things under that. The general principle of community safety and well-being is to reduce the call volume or reduce the numbers for general patrol and our serious stuff. So it's basically to work more on the front end and align with everything on the back end. So that is the first of its kind in the country.
One of my concerns is you're doing that work. We're funding other work, preventative work. As you said, other orders or governments doing it. How do we get to more integration and avoid duplication? Because I'm concerned that we're spending the same money on the same thing, but we may not be working well together.
We agree with you. That's where the larger number is, and that is something in community safety well-being is we're not in the process of replicating anything. We're trying to look at other things, including the Community Solutions Accelerator with our foundation, to look at how we can use our data better to deliver some of the outcomes.
And if I may, sorry, Councillor, and if I may, this Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau, as well as the rest of the service, has been partnering and working with administration and establishing a partnership framework so we understand what the left and the right hand are doing so that there isn't going to be a duplication of services.
I mean, when we have limited money, we need to be wise stewards. My other question is, you had mentioned, and it's been applied, that there could be help if other agencies or partners were available 24/7. Have you identified the most important partner, and have we approached them to do something differently?
Well, we're working on, as you heard, with health and PACT and some of those things, but that is a larger discussion we hope to bring back with the whole money in the system, that we need to actually have that discussion with you guys, because I don't think we as a police service can actually lead that whole discussion. We have a pretty good idea of what drives our calls for service, and most of that on the vulnerable side is trauma, domestic violence, which is, as you know, behind closed doors. We also know that our essential partnership in the schools to break the cycle is pretty beneficial to actually keep people out of the criminal justice system. And we also know that it's attached to employment. So there's lots of things in relation to that, but I think that's a broader discussion on, and I think that's where Council Walters was getting, a broader discussion where we need, obviously, the province at the table to have those bigger discussions as well.
Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. I'm just going to pass the chair to Councillor Hamilton for a moment, and Councillor Katarina is next. I'll be right back.
I've got the chair. Councillor Katarina.
Thank you very much. And Chief McPhee, thank you for the presentation this morning, and that context, complexity, and variability seem to be playing a huge role in the information that were presented today, and who would be in the best position to address that would be the service and the commission.
Yes,
You
we
respond to
agree.
that?
Yes, totally agree.
Absolutely agree.
So with that, what we thought we knew, we really don't know much about how you operate and what is required of you or asked of you by the public, by councils, by agencies. That it seems to me from your presentation that you're sort of a catch-all in the way that the system is set up. There is no other go-to that we can identify today that can adjust some of these or take care of some of these problems that you are required to look at.
Yeah, we're as you captured, we're 24/7, 365, and we can't say no to the call. So you're right in that aspect.
You know, this thing with, notion of silos, and thank you for bringing that forward again. And that's been a conversation from my 2 times on the commission with Chief Boyd and Chief Connect. That was an issue even then, never addressed, but always an issue where agencies could not work together for different reasons or couldn't coordinate with EPS or each other. For different reasons, and I don't need to go into some of those reasons. So this is a long-standing identification of a problem that we've had for a long, long time, and so just out of not curiosity, but the approach that you're going to take this time. How different, or what are the differences between your approach, Chief Connect's approach, Chief Boyd's approach? In the past number of decades?
Yeah, I would say a couple big things. First of all, it's very much data oriented and data driven. So we have better data than we've ever had now. And the other part is by separating the 2 streams, the violence in relation to those that are disproportionately responsible for the serious crime in our city, keeping that as a priority, as well as creating a second bureau that has a responsibility to slow down the feeder system, because a lot of the vulnerable population that we're talking about, when you actually put them into an incarcerated setting and you mix them, you actually increase your crime rate. So I wouldn't have known that until I actually was in charge of corrections to actually see that play out. So I would say those are 2 different, distinctly different forms than you've seen in the past. And I actually think they're, well, I can tell you right now that if we can get some of the alignment that you alluded to, we can absolutely reduce some of these things. But you can't do it by moving from one to the other, saying that you're going to move, as you've articulated, money from police to another sector. It's about how do you start approaching these things and hold yourselves and your partners accountable for collective outcomes.
Yeah, and that leads to the next one here. The formula that was established by council a number of years ago for the reason of predictability that you needed in order to manage the service year after year without having to come back to council every time, hat in hand, and ask for something or other. That predictability, to me, sounds exactly the same reasons why we, as council municipalities, argue all the time with the province and the feds that we need predictable funding in order to do our job better, because we can't do it without it. And yet here, it doesn't sound like we've bought into why the formula was absolutely necessary in order to give you predictability. So with saying that, the $11 million decision, and you've agreed to it. Obviously, you think it's well, I'm not sure if you think it's a good idea, but it's been done. Given the information that you presented today in the final report, which is going to be even more comprehensive on the 7th of December, and you don't have to answer this, but I'm going to say that the 11 million was premature decision until that final report, and with the context that you've given us a hint into now.
Yeah, I'll like you make a very valid point, and I just want to cover a couple points. So first of all, I thought that formula before I came here was brilliant, because it absolutely allowed you to change your own budget within your budget to create the change. So when you actually compare that to most cities in the country, and I've been in most, I don't think anybody really compares to that, to be bluntly honest. I mean, even when you compare, say, us to Calgary, like, they don't have their dispatch center, their vehicles. They have different things that aren't in their budget. So, but I also want to come back to the fact that COVID-19 has taken a hit for everybody, and we, based on the commission's leadership, had looked at that $11 million. When we gave that up, it was our hope and our aspirations that we were okay of going where we need to go, but that we could actually turn that 11 million and give you the ability to bring others to the table with money to do things differently. That's still the same today for us. With COVID, we understand we have to do our part, but also we thought this is an opportunity to perhaps get others to the table and make this a bigger conversation than policing.
Thank you, Chief McKee.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton next.
I have a lot of questions here. I'm going to pick a little bit on what Councillor Walters was asking about not really having many levers, because we do have a very powerful lever, which is the reason that we're here today, right? What's that lever?
Well, I would say it's community safety, and it's a large part is us, is we can play a role in relation to that, and I think that whole community safety well-being is timing and market, and it's never been better. And
that's a mandate that resides within municipalities. But the reason that we're here today is a result of a long conversation about police funding and how it's allocated, correct?
I think that's all part of where a lot of the 2 weeks that we transpired in before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that it was, if that was the intention of it, but I certainly don't think that was by any chance, as I tried to state, that that's anything that resembles a solution.
But it is, as you talk about, I think Councillor Walters mentioned that the provincial government has a stake in this, the municipal government has a stake in this. Is it possible that, as we have talked, as people came here and asked us to look at the funding that gets given to police, we could similarly look not just at the funding that goes into policing, but the funding that goes into the entire social services ecosystem?
Yeah, absolutely. That was actually part of the motion that you crafted.
And that's a powerful lever for us in terms of grant funding and also in terms of accountability. The same way we ask the police to be accountable, we can ask for an accountability matrix for social services, correct?
Right. Well, I mean, the commission is a good example of that, as you sit on it. That's an independent oversight body that's made up by council to look at policy and to look at funding. So I think it's not only gives a buffer, but it also gives extra eyes and ears that represent the community to give good decision making.
So we sort of have something like that on the social services side, but not something that's overarching. And part of that discussion today, I think, is this correct, asking us to look at the entire accountability sort of framework around the funding, all of the funding, the holistic funding that's going into this ecosystem.
Yeah, and I believe that's something the commission has been working on as well, to how do you make 1 + 1 = 3? And I think, Councillor Henderson nailed that earlier on, as this has been for a long time, but a lot of these silos are actually because of the structures.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. It's coordination and integration, and it's a holistic approach.
So there's a lot of systemic, I think you said it really nicely at the beginning, there's a lot of systemic issues here, but is it possible that we've built a budget, a funding framework around silos, rather than building a system around a budget?
I think you know the answer to that question. I would wholeheartedly agree with you.
So I think you're going to continue to get some questions about the notion of there being $7.5 billion in this ecosystem. I think I would certainly be interested in seeing more information about that. Do you have that? And can you share that with council?
I think we're scheduled to meet with you guys in December to discuss that, I believe, and that's December 7th, and that's to actually get into more detail. As everybody can appreciate, this is very sensitive, and we as a police service responsible community safety and well-being aren't here to criticize anybody, but we're also the ones that, as you've articulated, many others have, take a lot of these calls, and it's time that we look at some of this stuff differently.
And that's sort of, I wrote down as one of my questions, what are the table stakes here for us? Isn't there an option to not take action here? Is the status quo an option?
Well, let's put it this way. You can spend less money and organize it, or we're going to continue to spend money at disproportionate rates because the feeder system is growing exponentially. So I don't think it's an option.
And that was a challenge before June. That was a challenge before George Floyd.
Well, Mickey can speak to that because that's what I was presented when I actually applied for the job.
It has been a challenge for years, not just here, but across the country. This has been known and studied for years. And we as a commission recognize this, and that's why we got Chief McPhee and his background to look at this. And in terms of your options, we're out of the other option. There is no other option. We've got to take action on this. We've been talking about it. Others have been talking about it. Got to find a way forward.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Councillor Carmel?
Thank you. Thank you to the chief and to Mickey for being here today, and I appreciate the presentations very much. Councillor Hamilton asked a lot of the questions I was going to ask, so maybe just a couple of others. I heard you say, Mickey, that we absolutely have to take action on this, but what we are you talking about? We as the city, we as the community, we as the commission? This isn't necessarily within the commission's mandate, but if the commission doesn't act or if the service doesn't act, the consequences of not acting become a police service and police commission problem.
Precisely correct, and that's why we started the action. It's not enough to say, well, it's somebody else's to action. Somebody has to do it. And the commission certainly started it by hiring a chief that would take us in a different direction and look at the issue differently. And then the service has stepped up taken up the challenge, certainly transferring $28 million into the Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau. Was a significant step in how they are doing things. So we are taking that action and being here today and presenting this to you to throw that out to say we have to find other people who are going to come to the table and take that action. It is not an option to do nothing. We know the results we get from doing nothing, and they're not acceptable. So if it comes to the commission and the service, we've taken the first step. We'll continue to do that, but we need other partners.
And we may not have necessarily the bureaucratic authority to direct those other agencies, but we have the relationships to begin to influence those other agencies and to start that conversation that drives, first of all, measurement of outcomes, and then drives to better outcomes generally. Is that fair to say?
Showing better outcomes and what those better outcomes will look like, not only to society, to the health, and economically, will certainly start to bring an awful lot of players to the table, absolutely. And the evidence is there.
We've heard today, to generalize, that this is not just a police budget problem, this is a $7.5 billion ecosystem problem, if you will. That contrary to what may have been thought by some of the members of our public, that there is a real need to have a police service that, at least in the first instance, most of the time is assessing the level of severity of a call for assistance and a call for help. Fair to say?
Yeah, it's a great point, Councillor Carmel, and as Executive Director Tote said, 38% of the time it's wrong. But this is also an opportunity too, as we move and we make investments like a joint dispatch center, which we spoke on a couple of weeks ago, and mental health workers in dispatch center and 24/7 PAC, and using different technology. All of this stuff has the ability, to your point, to reduce the demand for service. Right now, we're stuck, I think, in a supply system. All we want to do is more supply, more supply. what the police service has been focusing on and the community safety well-being is, I mean, success for me is I shouldn't have a job, I shouldn't need a job because we don't need policing. We know that's not going to happen, but we got to start measuring what we're getting out of the system and not how many people we're dropping off at various agencies.
And part of that measuring is collecting all of that data to start with and breaking down. There's been some language around silos, but perhaps the most siloed part of this ecosystem is the ability to share information and share data to inform better decisions, better reactions, better triage, better dispatch.
100%. And I mean, I keep talking about this, and you guys know it way better than I, but the thing that actually really excited me back in the day of coming to Edmonton was the whole open data project and the ability to do that. But I honestly, since I've been here, I haven't heard a whole bunch about it. But I think the data is actually the key to actually starting to get us some paths to reduce demand, without a doubt.
And we can wait for the authority to have to break down those data walls, or we can try to establish a collaborative approach with our agency partners to share that information the best way we can and start leading to better outcomes.
Exactly. Because the better outcome, we need the data, we need it to be evidence-based, and that's going to drive better service and better outcomes. So yes, we have to take the first step.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, if you could take the chair.
I've got the chair.
Just building on that, I mean, heavy users of service and some of those other projects have been able to do that. It takes a tremendous amount of work, but where you're able to then track individuals and get buy-in from all the touch points, we can, that's why we have this information, right? I mean, we know that people are not getting routed to the right places at the right times, and that's what's driving their heavy interaction, not just with police, but with the healthcare system, the justice system, frontline agencies, et cetera, et cetera. So it can be done.
Yeah, and I mean, a good example of that, Your Worship, is, I mean, as Sean said, what was it, 233 people were generating 20,000 calls over the last several years. Like, I mean, surely we should be able to do something differently there.
Well, and our view remains that housing with the appropriate supports would take care of a huge number of those vulnerable people and the demand that they drive at substantially lower cost, and so we'll continue to make the case for that. I just want to clear up a couple of things. Your base budget has not been cut, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're on the same page there. We took some, and you and I both like the inflation or the police funding formula because it represents, as we've discussed, how we would like to be treated by our funders, and it was an opportunity to treat our largest agency, which doesn't have independent revenue generating authority, the way we would like to be treated, which is essentially population plus inflation growth, right?
Yeah, no, I as you and I have talked about before, yeah. I think the formula that, you know, you've created is, it allows you to make the change you need to make without having to go back to the trough all the time.
And that's important, and so the $11 million comes spread over 2 years out of that inflation factor. It does erode the over time against the next 2 years, but at the end of that, if we go back and correct for inflation and population growth over the next 2 years where we're not going to see a lot of growth and hopefully not a lot of inflation, I mean, it can come out in the wash and might have been lost a couple years later on the true up anyway, but now we've at least got this $11 million to bring some folks to the table with.
Yeah, and as I tried to reiterate when I said with Councillor Katarina, we have no problem with the 11 million. I think to your point about leveraging that to get others to the table, I think makes a lot of sense. We're not here to say that we want to renege on that. We've made that commitment, and part of that, as you said, COVID and fiscal times, and the Commission had led that. What we really want to do, though, is try to make sure others are coming to the table as well.
100%, and I think the question back to the opportunity back to the earlier question about who leads on this, the answer is many people need to pull in the same direction on this, and we don't have control over all of those external agencies or the provincial and federal governments as major funders in this ecosystem. But you bring some money to the table, and you can now start to incent different kinds of collaboration. And you can also start to measure things differently than people have before if things aren't being measured properly. So data and outcomes evaluation is one of the things we could do with the 11 million.
Agreed, and it all starts with a consortium of the willing. Sometimes we worry too much about getting everybody to the table before we move, and I think that's exactly what you're saying. So just diving into that a little bit, and I might have some more questions about, actually, no, I'll save this maybe for the second round, but the MNP report, I know you rolled your eyes, I shouldn't say this, but you said, you know, you've seen this report before, in a way, like we don't need this report again, but what was different for this report for me, and I'd like your reaction to this, is, I mean, we've seen this for Edmonton, and we know this instinctively about what happens in cities, but to my mind, this is the first time since the 7 Cities Initiative around homelessness specifically that we've taken a bit of a pan-Alberta urban look at where the gaps are in the system. I don't think that's happened in some time. And do you think that gives a way back into a conversation with constructing that coalition of the willing to get better outcomes here, which must include agencies in each one of those communities, police in each one of those communities, civil society in each one of those communities, and the provincial and federal governments pulling to an aligned strategy about how to actually get things done better for people, not just in Edmonton, but Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, Calgary? I think we have the ability, if we get it right, to set the benchmark of how everybody, or let's say the consortium of the willing wants to do, and there'll be some early adopters and not. The other piece to this that I thought was, and falls right in line with what you're saying, is this word I haven't really seen in these reports before, and I actually underline it, so I want to just read it verbatim. A program-focused approach by service providers as opposed to a client-centered approach. And the client-centered means that most of these people are different, and we're not taking into consideration their differences. We're just putting a program together and say, here, everybody go to their program, and a lot of the people actually don't need that program. So that was the thing that really stood out for me, because we really do have a program-centered approach right now. That's just where I want to pick up on the second round, but thank you for flagging that. So I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And Councillor Paquette is on the first round still. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank everyone today for these presentations and for all the work that's gone into this. It's phenomenal. And I guess I'll just start out by saying and asking Chief McPhee, it's been mentioned that a lot of the things that we're talking about, that's what you were brought in for in the first place. And what I saw when you first came in is you hit the ground running. And I'm sure that, events that are greater than the city of Edmonton really accelerated that work. And it's complex work. But if you have core objectives, you can sort of pare that down a little bit. And you talked about client-focused services and so on. My question is a little bit different. My question is twofold. How's morale? And how are you doing? Because these are questions that are important. We're talking about well-being of folks. And if we're doing that, we should also be talking about well-being of the folks who are delivering these services to the public.
Well, first of all, I very much appreciate you asking that. And, it's been a slog for our people on the front line, because through all the difficulties, and of course COVID doesn't help that, they've been the blunt of a lot of criticism, and but they've managed really well. They're good people, and as I said, everybody confuses the actions of a few with the actions of many, and we've got a really good police service. I've got a dedicated group of men and women that I'm extremely proud of, and I appreciate you asking that question. And like you guys, like me, I'm hanging in there. That's the way it is right now. We're gonna hang in. We're gonna get through this. That's what it's designed to do. And I'm just grateful that I've got a great team around me. And to your other point is, we've brought in, to try to win this battle going forward, a lot of talent to the Edmonton Police Service. We've got mathematician, doctorate mathematician, we've got data modelers, we've got epidemiologists, we've hired some people in social work. We're trying to look at all these problems different in community safety and well-being. And that's what I really want to emphasize is when we do that, we actually start to see the world differently. And I think that's what we really all are trying to do right now. But it's also, we got to get through, as you mentioned, what you guys are struggling with just like us. It's one thing after another. And unfortunately right now, we're seeing a lot of violent people in our city that are exploiting this time frame. And we're got all hands on deck dealing with that right now as well.
Yeah, no, and that's been on my mind a lot because, yeah, with all the things that are going on in the world right now, especially in Edmonton, we're seeing an increase in domestic abuse. We're seeing an increase in violence, petty crime, and on and on. And the problem is that these are all individualized problems. And what we heard in the summer is that folks just didn't want to be painted all with the same brush. They wanted to be seen as individuals with individual rights and individual histories. But that's the same all over, isn't it? Like, I mean, that's what it comes down to, is that if we keep painting each other with the same brush, if we keep on a path that all we see are the negatives, it's going to get incredibly challenging. And we've got to be able to pause and celebrate successes as they come, don't we?
Yeah, and I just want to highlight our commitment to action on that, as you're aware of. I think we've been out to 10 different community groups now, and I think we got another 40 or 50, and our foundation has got in behind us too. And it's important that we hear those voices, and now we're finding out how to do it with Zoom and technology. But, you know, the people in this city, they see an opportunity for change, and we need to deliver on the change. But I think it's important, to your point, is we don't confuse the two sometimes. I mean, you know, sometimes it's customer service and we need to be better at that. But in relation to the violence, I think everybody's on the same page, and it's important that we have that community voice, and we continue to do that. And it's been a commitment, and our folks are doing a great job of that. It's actually so impressive how many ideas that we've already got that we feel that we can implement within the next coming weeks. Everything from, you know, some oversight in relation to training, having some of our recruits spend some time into the impoverished areas with some of our not-for-profits and work alongside them just to get the base. There's a ton of good things coming out of this.
I'm out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Need a motion for second round.
So moved.
So moved.
Councillor
Motion.
Henderson. Can I take a second from you, Councillor Paquette?
Sure can.
Thanks. Okay. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection? Not hearing any. Go ahead, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just a couple more things. On the topic we're talking about now, and then I have some other questions about some of the other reports. It strikes me, I'm guessing these are all things that your folk are sharing at the task force, because my concern about the conversation we're having right now is I felt for a long time that what we needed to do was get everybody in the same room and in the gentlest possible way knock some heads together. But I don't think you guys are well placed to do that. I think you need to be in the room, but it seems to me the convener probably needs to be someone else, given where things are right now. So if that, I'm guessing that these are thoughts that you will take to task force, and obviously if those kind of recommendations come back from there, I think it probably gives us the healthiest tools to move this forward. But is that safe?
Yeah, we've got a couple people on the task force that will be taking stuff, but I wanna just, kind of cushion that reality right now. Like, a large portion of the public are very much on side with what we're doing. So I don't want to weigh anything too heavily. It's important that we do our commitment to action at the same time. So just as long as we don't think, it's not fair to the task force to think they're going to solve all of our problems.
No.
Yeah.
But if someone, I mean, that we are overdue for someone to convene this table.
Yeah,
And I'm just not sure that you guys are in the best position to do that convening if we want everybody to come with the right spirit to the table.
well, if you're talking
Yeah.
about the overall community safety and well-being
Yeah.
and the continuous
Yeah.
services,
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
what you're getting
Yeah.
at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a policing thing, that's
Yeah.
community safety and well-being.
Yeah, because I just want to explore one other thing with you, because I don't want to harp on this. I mean, I asked for the stuff around livery and uniform, but the one thing that jumped out at me a little bit, and this is why I wanted to ask, because I understand the training piece of the puzzle, but it seems to me when we talk, the trouble is when we use words like professionalism and appearing professional, and that those have a lot of different meanings for a lot of different people. They're sort of catch-alls that we all imagine what that means. So I just wanted to explore it a little bit, because it seems to me that you can need to prepare a fair professional in your case for two different reasons. One, to immediately establish authority, or to immediately establish trust. And they're not necessarily the same thing. They don't necessarily always line up. And I feel over time under different chiefs, when we talk about professional, we've talked about different things. And sometimes it's authority and sometimes it's trust. And how does that get into our training in a way that it holds? Because I think there's a cultural question there that is part of what we've been talking about all the way along.
Yeah, I think the word is legitimacy. It's all about legitimacy, and with that comes all of those things inclusive. And, you know, it's like anything else. You can't have conversations with the public if they don't trust you, but at the same time, if you don't work for the community, you're going to lose trust. So this is exactly what we're doing in relation to these commitment to actions. Is we're open, we're listening more than anything, but we're also using the ability to see what we can tweak along the road to get better at. So I would just say legitimacy is the word, but I'd also say more importantly is anybody that thinks their organization's on the top of their game is one step from being extinct. We always are looking for ways of improving.
You know, I asked the question because if training is going to be the focus, which I think absolutely makes sense to me, but I think in the past, I think we have had regimes, albeit not for quite a while, where the training was about that authority question, and that's why I ask, and that's why I wanted to dig a little bit more into what professional meant. I don't hear that from you, Chief, but I just wonder how, what we're doing, especially when people are there for a long time. It's not just about the training; it's also about how they change the culture within an organization. And because I think that was at the bottom of what some of those questions were about, and it's why when I saw the word just in there as professional, it worried me a little bit because it's interpretable in many different ways.
Yeah, no, and I guess the difference now is like we've stood up a whole bureau that's about building relationships and building partnerships that reports directly to me with the deputy chief. So anybody that doesn't think we're serious, that's gone. We have a whole new unit that reports directly to me on harassment, basically diversity, making sure that recruiting and that we're actually reflecting our population diversity and changing the game. That reports directly to me. So I think we're past that. I actually think we got a lot of good men and women that have embraced that. Some probably feel empowered by that. But at the same time, we got to make sure, back to what I was saying all along, is we also got that hardcore element that we still need that other environment you're talking about, but we're going to do both.
Okay.
Yep. And Councillor, if I may, one of the themes that we've been getting from the commitment to action has been the need for humanization between officers and community members, and trauma is an underlying factor. So in the training we're doing, we are teaching and providing training on adverse childhood experiences, victim offender overlap, historical Indigenous marginalization. Like, this is something that we are implementing across our service and ensuring that as we're hearing this from the community, we're putting it to action so that we're going to be a service that is in tune with what we're hearing out there. So it's not just the structure, it's we are hearing from community and then we're implementing it.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, my questions about the darker uniforms, it felt like the darker uniforms when first brought in were getting in the way of that. So, and I understanding they're just a symptom, not the cause, but so that was the essence of that question. And if, those first impressions can make a huge difference. So I'm guessing, you guys probably know that better than I do. So that's the kind of work you're doing then.
Yeah, we're going to work on our people. Honestly, it's all about your people. And honestly, doesn't matter what kind of uniform you put on them. They can put a smile and they can talk to people. and have that relationship. And we're also going to focus on our communities, because I think for a while we've been on top of the communities providing information. We're going to get underneath the communities and give them it, because if we can get underneath them, then it's sustainable.
Great, thank you very much. That's it for me.
Okay, I just want to check in sort of 4 minutes to noon here. I've got 3 more folks on the speakers list right now. If there's going to be more questions and then speaking just to receipt of information or subsequent motions, then I think we should stop. But if we can finish questions at least and release the service back to other work, I think that would be worth doing rather than bring them back here at 1:30 for another 5-10 minutes. So I just want to invite anyone else to click on if there are other questions at this point. But if there aren't, then I'm going to suggest that we could at least finish questions here, extend maybe to 12:15 to finish questions, and then get the motion on the floor, which is just receipt of information of all of this. So absent any other direction, that should be fairly straightforward. So is there, can I get a motion to extend orders?
I'll have to go, but that's okay. I'm fine with it.
Are you, can
I'm
you
done.
go now? Or, oh, no, you're done. You're
so I'm
done.
okay, but I
yeah.
will have to
You're
skedaddle
okay with
right
it?
now.
You've
Yeah,
got to run.
yeah, great.
Can I get a motion to
Yeah, I
extend?
have a regional matter at noon, so I'll be stepping off, but I'm okay for you to continue as well.
Okay. Well, we can do the vote.
I'll make the motion, Zadok.
Thank you, Councillor Zadok.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. So to extend to up to 12:15. We can still do the vote at 1:30 so that folks don't miss the vote, though, if that's okay. That might be helpful. So is there any objection to taking up to 15 more minutes just to complete the questions? Not seeing any. Then Councillor Hamilton, why don't you go next?
There's one last, we could continue talking about this, but there's one last point that I wanted to come back to you on, Chair Ruth, which is that there is something in this report about revisiting the police funding formula, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But it only identifies, your concern has been that it only identifies one sort of mechanism for revisiting the funding formula.
The concern is the revisiting of the funding formula.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That would be revisited.
I'm not sure who the next question is to, but if we choose to revisit the funding formula, I know the report identifies that there would be input from community safety and well-being, but they would not define, the task force would not define that. I don't know.
I can answer that because ultimately the funding formula is a council policy. So ultimately it's a council decision with input from many, from administration, from the commission, and from the task. We've asked the task force to have an opinion on it, but it's not their decision.
Okay, so to sort of set some clear boundaries around it, it won't be decided by anyone except the people sitting around this table.
Ultimately. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's all I want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger?
Thank you. I only have one question as well. I just wanted to ask about the School Resource Officer Program. It's one of the reports, and it's waiting on another review done independently for the EPSB. How different will that report look than what we have today?
That's a good question. I guess we'll wait till we see it. That's the short answer. I mean, that, as you know, Councillor, was driven by the school division. I mean, anytime we have a chance to evaluate something, we're certainly open to that. You know, I think to your point, it's been looked at many times, and you know, just to reiterate our position, if the schools don't feel that they need the police or want the police in the school, that's their decision. I mean, for me, as I've mentioned a couple times with a wife and a daughter, one is a retired and the other is a school teacher, quite frankly, I see keeping kids out of the criminal justice system as a part of our job, and I think that relationship that we have with the schools and the teachers is something that we're certainly open to keeping, but again, we don't control that decision, and we'll see what this report says. We just got one, in relation to the LGBTQ students, and that has extreme value of having officers in school, but I'm not sure what this one will do differently, but we have assigned Dan Jones from our Community Solutions Accelerator and Evidence branch to kind of work with the schools to get towards an end product. So hopefully it'll tell us that, bring some clarity to some of the misconceptions in this area, but you know, actually myself, having did a study on this with StatsCan, I think we all could put some different things into this conversation for sure.
No, and I just want to say, I did read this report. I appreciate the depth of it. Everything from educating men and boys about their attitude towards women and girls, and it's quite comprehensive, and I appreciated that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, if you could take the chair.
chair.
So just picking up a little bit in the MNP report, there's discussion around these situation tables, which seems to me to be the place where the client-focused discussion versus the program focus, or at least making sure that all the programs add up to serving individual clients' needs. But it also notes that we have 4 of them here, and my assessment of them was that one of them is the cities, which is REACH, and that 3 of them are, unless I'm misreading this, 3 of them are different projects that the service is engaged in, from HUOS to, I'm trying to find the page with the actual report on it, but I think the thrust of the report is that we should look to consolidate those so that we've got one place where we're looking at all of the moving pieces of the system and how it's meeting the needs of those clients, rather than sort of looking at a dashboard of a bunch of different programs.
So those aren't quite situation tables, and the reason I would say that is the hubs are what situation tables are, and those started back in Prince Albert when I was the chief there. I think there's opportunities, and we have talked to REACH about this before, whether we go into that whole metrics and how we do that as a service. I think at some point, everybody keeps asking me, are we going to bring hubs, are we going to bring situation tables to Edmonton? And I think to your point, I think there is an opportunity to build some of these into a situation table / hub, whatever we want to call it, whatever the Edmonton's definition of it. But things that would be needed, and one of the experts on that is actually here right now, Ron Anderson, that would need the ability to go into building a electronic format to better capture that data and stuff, and that's all doable, and that's something that we've asked. What would Hub 2.0 or Situation 2.0 look like in the city of Edmonton? And if we do end up going that way, that would absolutely, I believe, to your point, needed to bring these things together for sure and build them out versus trying to build something different.
Well, I'm tempted to mix the metaphor and ask whether we have the cutlery or the chairs or what are the different pieces, but the point is we don't quite have the situation table all put together yet, but we have a lot of the pieces out there. So I guess the other question, I think, and it's perhaps more for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force, is that in our attempts to get at the complexity of the system and the cracks, we've come at it. Our own proto-situation tables have been REACH, the previous work on homelessness, End Poverty Edmonton, the Recover Initiative. So we've also set the table with a whole bunch of different pieces, some of which are still active. Do you think there's value in using some of these resources and to look at consolidation of those pieces?
Well, if you want to put it back into your language, there's a lot of cutlery at the table, and it's the same people, so we could probably take off some sets of cutlery by putting some things together. I think absolutely. I think there's ability to do that for sure. I think that's part of that premise of that whole discussion too, about the money in the system as well. I think there's lots of those things out there. And I think even last time I was here, you know, as you're aware, probably more than well, maybe equally, you know, every city has a domestic violence strategy, a mental health strategy, and poverty strategy, a housing strategy, a homeless strategy. We got a lot of strategies, and a lot of these people that are a marginalized community and our vulnerable population, but we don't have a vulnerable population strategy, which, to your point, is how do we actually look at providing the services out of these rather than identifying by category?
So, and the other point there, I think, is if you've got all those parallel things happening, there's a risk of duplication. And so to the earlier question of what can we do that's within our control, we could look to at least reduce that, if not optimize it, as leadership by example, so that we can invite other players in to follow that example, be they agencies or be they other funders, other orders of government.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Okay. Well, I think that's a question we want the task force to weigh in on as well, but I think that this material provides really helpful grounding for some of their deliberations. So just a process question. I mean, I assume all of these materials will go to that task force as well. We don't need to refer them by motion here. They will route there for discussion. It's part of their mandate to give us feedback on all of the material.
We can make sure that happens. Yeah, I don't think you need a motion to refer.
I mean, they're in the public domain as it is, right? But they have a mandate. So I just want to verify it because I think there's good material here and good context. So very helpful grounding for their discussion and continued public discussion around this. So I will take a motion to receive them for information. We won't vote on it till after, but if we can get that on the floor. Councillor Hamilton?
Can return the chair.
Oh, yes, sure.
And then I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
To receive for information.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel is seconded. Okay, so that receipt of information is before us. There may be comments on that at 1:30, but we're done with questions, so you folks don't have to come back here if you've got other places to be for the afternoon, but feel free to tune in to see if there's any discussion. So, all right, let's leave it there until 1:30 when we see if there are any speakers and then vote on receipt of information. Then we'll carry on with the agenda as outlined. So thank you all for an interesting discussion this morning. We'll roll call in just a minute here. Stand by, please. I'll call us back to order in just a minute with a roll call here. Stand by. Good afternoon. I'll start this time with Councillor Henderson.
I am back.
Present. Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
I am here.
Welcome. Councillor Nickel.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Banga is not able to join us for health reasons. Councillor Zadek.
I'm here, thanks.
Welcome. Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. Here
Good afternoon.
in person. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Well, thank you all. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to celebrate the life of an incredible Edmontonian who captured the hearts, I think, of every single one of us, and that's Joey Moss. And while he wasn't himself a professional athlete, Joey was perhaps one of the most well-known names in our city's sports community. Born in 1963 as the 12th of 13 children to Lloyd and Sophie Moss, Joey had Down syndrome. And over the past 4 decades, he paved the way for individuals with developmental disabilities here in Edmonton and far beyond this city. Joey's time in the spotlight began when his older sister, Vicky, was dating Wayne Gretzky. And the Great One helped him land a position with the Edmonton Oilers, starting a part-time locker room attendant job in the 1982 NHL season. And eventually, Joey worked his way up to a full-time position with the Oilers, and in 1986, he took on a similar role with the Edmonton football team. And for the next 30 years, Joey rotated between the two clubs, working with the CFL from June through mid-August and with the Oilers from then until the end of the hockey season. And over the years, he became a fixture at Oilers games, known for his passionate participation in the national anthem at the beginning of each game and for his overall and extraordinary enthusiasm. Joey had spirit, and he had heart, and he brought joy to players and to fans alike. And he served as an inspiration to families and individuals living with disabilities. He's created a wonderful legacy, which was celebrated throughout his lifetime. In 2003, for example, Joey was honored with the NHL Alumni Association's 7th Man Award, recognizing him for his behind-the-scenes effort that made a difference in the lives of so many others. And then in 2008, he was honored with a mural here in Edmonton, which still smiles down on passers-by from the Russell Metals building just off 99th Street. And the list goes on. In 2012, he received a Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal. In 2015, he was inducted into the Alberta Sports Hall of Fame. And in 2017, he was honored by the Professional Hockey Athletic Trainers Society and the Society of Professional Hockey Equipment Manufacturers, equipment managers. Joey embodied the values of strength, perseverance, work ethic, teamwork, and fun. So let's watch a short video tribute to this truly remarkable Edmontonian.
You know, I'm listening to all this, how much we talk and how fortunate we were even to have him part of our lives. And there's one person I want to make sure that we don't forget, and that was his mom. How much part that she was involved in this. And I remember her telling my mom about how hard it was to train Joey to get on that bus and be able to get off that bus at the bottle depot. And how the first day that she finally had to let him go was one of the toughest days in her life. So let's remember Sophie, because she was a very big part of this too.
He always was. He comes from a very musical family. The Moss family had a bus, and they toured northern Alberta. I think they were called the Yellowhead somethings, and they were a musical family. Music's always been in Joe's life.
Of course, Joey's first passion was the Oilers and Wayne, and we all know that. But his second passion was dancing and music. And he's very musically inclined, as you can see. I don't think he took any formal dance training, but if you ever saw him or not only dance to La Bamba, but sing La Bamba, that's one of the reasons why it just puts a smile on our faces right now thinking about it. I mean, his energy and his ability to dance and entertain. He was a natural entertainer at his part.
How to save.
So no matter which sports, club, or event he was supporting, Joey demonstrated that everyone has something to offer on every team, and he'll be greatly missed. We are honored to have some of Joey's family members with us here virtually today at City Council. Joey's nephew Adam Walker and his wife Kim, Joey's sister Patty Walker and her husband Stephen, Joey's sisters Susie Bischoff and Vicky Smith, Joey's nieces Alexandra Bischoff and Brittany Moss, and Joey's sister-in-law Lori Penner. Thank you to each of you for joining us here today. You know, Edmonton doesn't necessarily have royalty except for Joey. So I'd like to invite everyone to join me now in a moment of silence to honor Joey Mosh for his contributions to our city. Please rise. Thank you. So we'll work closely with OEG and the captains on whatever happens next, but rest assured this is not the last you'll see from the city in recognition of Joey's legacy. Thank you for joining us here today. Okay, so now we'll pivot back to this morning's business and the motion on the floor to receive those policing reports. Is there anyone wishing to speak to those? We just held off on the vote to make sure everyone would be here. Don't see anyone else on the board. Going once, going twice. Not seeing any, then go ahead and please vote on the receipt of information of those reports.
Councillor Nicol?
Yeah, I'm a yes. It just popped on.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. That's good information that will inform further work. So now, let's see what's next. So I think 6.8 is next.
We need to go back and grab 5.4.
Oh, right. Thank you. Thank you. So 5.4 would be next up, the Ambleside Integrated Infrastructure Services. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead with questions on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did have the chance, along with Councillor Walters, to speak to administration about this last week. So perhaps just a few questions. My understanding is that the delay in bringing this report to Council is to see if there's not some other economies of scale and some other opportunities to gather up a few more things at the Ambleside integrated site before we enter into final design. Is that fair to say?
Councillor, it's Jason speaking. It's our intent was to, like you said, basically rationalize the business case against some of the analysis that we're doing as it relates to some of the work in our Reimagine work plan. And as that business case continues to advance, we would bring that forward in the spring SCBA. Originally, we had planned to bring a request to extend the design $3.6 million to checkpoint 4. And that's really what we've been doing, is trying to target the spring SCBA just to buy us additional time to advance the analysis and business case for that project.
Right, and I believe that when we talked about this last week, there were some examples where some further economies of scale, some sharing of accommodation and other and spaces was accomplished with some of the other yards that we've been talking about. So there's, as you say, a chance to reconcile the business case against some of those possibilities. Correct? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Sorry, I was just waiting for Gord if Gord was going to.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
no, that is correct. You got it all. That's for sure.
So one of the things that will be incorporated into the Ambleside yard will be a snow and ice element. That is to say that once this yard is up and running, there will be salt and sand trucks and a facility to load those trucks, a facility to maintain those trucks, and the opportunity to service Southwest Edmonton from this yard as opposed to the yard that it's currently served from, which is to say Gateway Boulevard and about 66th Avenue. Yes, is that true?
Correct, yes.
Yes. And so when we were talking last week, we talked about the opportunity to advance that portion of this yard so as to establish some sort of a snow and ice presence earlier than later. And I noted in that meeting that there's a string of city-owned facilities here. There's already the Ambleside Eco Station that's up and running. There's already I believe it's the Centennial Transit Garage that is up and running. And there is a snow dump facility that is already up and running. Yes?
Correct, and we also do have some summer seasonal operations that operate out of the Ambleside site itself.
So it sounded like there was an opportunity to establish a snow and ice presence here fairly soon, not quite in time for this winter season, but certainly in time for next winter season. So with your confirmation, I'd like to make a motion that would advance that portion of the work for the Ambleside integrated site.
Councillor, yes, there would be potential to use this site for snow and ice control operations with some small improvements to the facility itself.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to that respect, in that respect. I'm not sure if that would be a subsequent motion to approval of this request to reschedule, or if it would be just a simple motion. Seek your guidance on that.
To have it come for the fall rather than the spring, if I'm understanding that correctly?
No, sir. I'm going to make a motion to advance the snow and ice work so that we have a snow and ice yard in Ambleside ready for next winter. And administration is amenable to examining that. I'm just not sure if the motion I need to make is subsequent motion or just a motion in place of the request to reschedule.
That's a great question, because we don't have a report before us to base substantive direction on. So I think I understand where you're going, but strictly speaking, that would be notice of motion, because that question's not before us per se, and wouldn't be until because all that's before us is a report back timeline. So you wish to give substantive direction, which was not on the agenda for us to contemplate today. So notice would be required to put that on the agenda, or that would arise unless I feel like I'm missing something.
Well, maybe I'm missing something. I see a request to reschedule and bring something back for spring. I want to make sure that an action plan is brought back for the spring budget adjustment that will potentially allow us to consider an interim yard ready to work for next winter.
No, I understand that. If what that is then is an amendment to the direction previously given, because there was a motion that generated this report, as I recall, and if you want to add specificity to that motion, we'd have to amend direction previously given on that. It's a procedural issue. I mean, I want to get to where you want to get to. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it clerk-proof. So maybe Ms. Giesbrecht has a suggestion.
So we're just actually, Ms. McCary is just pulling the original report. So technically, the report could have been on today's agenda because I believe that's when it was actually due. So if you can can we possibly postpone this item and we'll come back to it? I just want to pull the original motion and that directed this report to come back and make sure that things are aligned, and then I'll come back with some options.
Yeah, and those could include amending the direction previously given to, one, change the due date, but two, also adjust the scope of the work to do what Councillor Cartmel is going for. So it's just finding out the right way to do this to get you the answer at the appropriate time. So why don't we bring the next item forward, and then we'll come back to 5.4 once clerks have cooked something up that will get us there. Is that all right?
I'll move to bring 6.8 forward.
Okay, let's bring, so Councillor Henderson, I'll second to bring 6.8 forward. Is there any objection to that? Not hearing any, then by unanimous consent, that's before us. The Anti-Racism Advisory Committee review and recommendations. Trying to remember, that one didn't come through committee, did it? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, this came out of the non-statutory public hearings in June and was confirmed in July.
Yeah, no, I'm just, I was trying to see whether I should go to a committee chair first on this one or straight to admin for introductory comments. So I'll go to admin.
No. Okay.
We have a very short introductory presentation, Mr. Mayor and Council. Introduce our delegation on item 6.8. We have Shalini Singha is our chair of Council's Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. With me in chambers is Jackie Ford, branch manager, social development, and Mike Chow, a director in Jackie's branch, is online. So we are here today to present Council with a report that outlines a series of recommendations developed by the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. The report is in response to Section 2F of the referred motion regarding the Edmonton Police Commission, which directed city's administration to consult the committee and report back with recommendations on the following. 1, a review of budget, terms of reference, and mandate to confirm its advisory role to City Council is on par with WAVE and on par with the Edmonton Transit Advisory Board. Secondly, the inclusion of per meeting honoraria. And finally, a review of the current membership with the option to increase representation. With that short introduction, I'll pass it over to the chair. Shalini.
Thank you, Mr. Smythe. Good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Iverson, and other members of City Council in attendance. I'm here today on behalf of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. We are a diverse group of citizens who have been working in collaboration with administration since July. The discourse arising from our committee discussions echo many of the same themes you heard from the speakers during the public hearings. And we have brought forward what we consider to be fair and reasonable recommendations. In addition, the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee remains open to exploring alignment between our efforts and those of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force. We will maintain a connection with the task force and provide support as requested. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, just concluding comments then. So administration will work with the Office of the City Clerk to implement any of the changes that City Council supports. If Council wishes to move forward with the committee's recommendations, a motion for administration to return with bylaw amendments, including the specific changes, would be required. And if Council wishes to consider providing honoraria to Anti-Racism Advisory Committee members, an additional motion would be required to provide an exemption to policy C575C, and further updates to the committee's bylaw would be required to outline the approved remuneration schedule. If City Council wishes to consider providing honoraria to all or a subset of council committees, City Council may direct administration to review and present amendments to that same policy, City Policy C575C, to indicate that members do not serve on a voluntary basis. So thank you. With that, we can go to questions.
Thank you very much. This had been selected by Councillor McKean. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll start with you, Mr. Smythe, and I don't know if it's you or the clerk, but in looking at the honoraria that are offered, there's quite a range, it looks like. And is there just a range that recognizes that people can actually have personal costs to volunteer on these boards, things like childcare, that sort of thing? I think there would be perhaps some differences in the range of honoraria, and has that been already worked out that there are different levels for different rationale?
Councillor, I'm not familiar with the answer to that question. I'm not sure if city clerks can weigh into that. Sorry.
Thank you. So I believe, Councillor McKean, I believe Mr. Baudry's on the call and he can answer that specifically for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. As a rule, agencies, boards, committees, and commission members are not remunerated. There are some that are. It's mostly done on a volunteer basis. We do provide reimbursement for out-of-pocket expenses such as taxis, bus passes, and so on. And in the case where there is no remuneration for the board, then childcare is an expense that can be covered.
Okay. Yeah, there just seemed to be some principle at play there that I was interested in, and I may risk a motion later. And I'm hoping the clerks have something drafted up in regards to honoraria for, and I don't think we would pick out one. We would have to look at all of them. And also to bring the bylaw back with the recommendations. Madam Chair, Shalini, good to see you. I was wondering if you could please state for us what the goals and aspirations of the committee are. You've wrestled through mandate, terms of reference, that sort of thing. My observations is that the committee is very gung-ho to get going, and can you articulate, which is difficult because I know the committee had a lot of different opinions, but can you articulate what the aspirations of the committee are?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. You're right. I would concur that we are very enthusiastic. And we are enthusiastic as volunteers. And I believe that enthusiasm comes from the desire to make a difference to the lives of people targeted by racism in Edmonton, which every member who sits on the committee knows what that experience is firsthand. And understanding I'm not sure if you want me to kind of explain what we've put forward with the bylaws, but just to say in terms of broader aspirations, I think the main goal for our committee is that we can sit back and see that outcomes changed, that the experience changed for people who do have lived experience of racism in Edmonton. So when I think of systemic racism, I define it by how did it affect people's lives at the end of the day. And what we want our work to do is show that people's lives got better in tangible ways.
And there was some discussion and debate around the activeness of the committee and what role it would play, I think, in the community at large, but also within the civic structure. Do you have any comments on that?
I do. Thank you for asking the question. The members who have come together have such a strong and broad range of expertise, and one of the key expert areas that we hold is understanding systemic racism and being able to see it. And so recognizing that systemic racism is exactly that, it's permeated into our structures and systems, we would like to be able to advise and comment, return to council advice on how to adjust and shift that so that the structures themselves can change. I did listen to the reports from the Police Commission this morning, and I found them very valuable and the data very valuable. One of the things I noticed is that this issue had come up because people are just saying that there is systemic racism within our police force, and the data did not explain or show to us how the systemic racism functions. And so we believe that the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee plays a strong role in helping people to see how that systemic racism is functioning, and in turn giving us an opportunity to share with you what we see as ways to change that. Does that?
Yeah, thank you. I'm out of time. I might come around again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
The amendments, I think, that you're proposing make sense to me. And I think there's two pieces here. One is those amendments, and two is the question of remuneration. So I want to separate those for a sec. Do you have any concerns about increasing the size of the committee and making it cumbersome?
I don't have any concerns that an increase in the size of the committee will make it cumbersome. The addressing and responding to issues of racism is an enormous task.
Yep.
And honestly, more hands on deck will help.
Okay, I just thought I should ask, because sometimes if groups get too big, they don't work quite as well. Can you, and I think the question of remuneration is trickier for us. I wouldn't mind hearing, because from a policy point of view, there's two ways to do it. Either we begin to remunerate everyone, or we come up with policy that suggests that this group is different. So can you just speak to that a little bit? Because it seems to me the latter choice may be the better road to go down.
I appreciate the question and the opportunity to speak on this point. Again, when I looked at which committees currently receive some form of remuneration, I didn't understand the basis for what that is. But what I would like to introduce here is our philosophy, our thinking on this, which I think is different to how it's been thought about so far. What we are trying to address is an imbalance in equity. So we are asking people with lived experience of racism who do volunteer their time. Many of us come from cultures where service and volunteering is very natural. I come from a culture where the mentality is around the community and duty and not around the individual. And so we're very used to giving our time without trying to speak for others for no remuneration. But in terms of the bigger picture, what I'd like the council members to see and understand is when you have lived experience of racism, that does impact your life in very real ways. So the outcomes are there. So the outcomes mean that you are increased in health issues. You are decreased in access to resources. There may be barriers in the job market. There may be increased isolation. There may be added health issues. We might want members who are already working 3 jobs. And when we understand bringing that voice to be able to sit at a table, we don't want to exclude people who cannot volunteer because they don't have enough support or resources. And we need to understand, in the context of racism, that disproportionately the people we will be asking to have a voice and come and bring their expertise are under more pressure. And that is how systematic inequality works. So our foundation for asking for this remuneration in this case has to do with equity, has to do with challenging inequalities in a system and providing more equity. And I will say one more thing about that, which is that there is a cost to constantly going back into the space to discussing racism and how it affects you and what you could do or how you could help others to come out of it. You will all appreciate that racism is extremely painful for everybody. And there needs to be some recognition of support. I hope that's answered the question.
No, it does, and maybe I'll go to the administration next, because I can think of one other committee that might fall into the same category, but not all of them. And I'm wondering if there's some policy work that we could do around this to actually examine why we would remunerate some and not others, because I actually think opening the whole can of worms up and remunerating everybody probably is hitting a pin with a sledgehammer, but I'm wondering if there is some policy work we could do around this question. I'm thinking the accessibility advisory is the other one that probably would fall into the same boat. I just wondering if that's a way to approach this. And then also in my dying seconds to see in terms of the other amendments that are being proposed, if you have thought, they make sense to me, but I wouldn't mind hearing from an administrative point of view what your thoughts are on the other amendments.
Maybe we'll let the city clerks answer that first question on the remuneration policy.
So thank you, Councillor Henderson. You're absolutely right. So there's currently 9 advisory committees and 3 decision-making boards, and there has been, I think we put an attachment 2 or 3 or 4, I can't remember which one it is, the committees that have been provided with remuneration. We have not had the capacity to do the policy work as required, which is why we put in the report. If that is what council wants us to do, we're happy to take that work away and prioritize it. We have not done that analysis to date.
Yeah, I'm out of time, but I'd be nervous about not doing it with some policy backing, but that's another question. And the other, sorry, yeah.
Just very briefly, Councillor, we've been working with the advisory committee and we're on the same page.
Great.
I don't know if Jackie or Mike want to weigh in on that. I think we're okay.
Just doing a double check. It all makes sense to me. Great, thank you.
This is where we want to go.
Thank you. Any other questions on the first round? Could someone move a second round?
Happy to move second round for Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Any objection to a second round? Not seeing any, then proceed on the second round. Councillor McKean.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. Ms. Giesbrecht, how much, knowing that everybody's swamped, if we were to look at that policy work and we didn't put you under the gun, is that something you could do within, say, 3 months, or would you need 6 months?
Sorry, are you talking about the mandate or the honoraria piece? Sorry, just to get clarity.
Probably, well, we're talking about the honoraria.
I would say without consulting with Mr. Baudry, I think for the next 4 to 6 weeks, I think you know where we're going to be. I'd say we can start that work in January. And we would want to do a really thorough job because affecting your remuneration policy will impact not only your policies with regards to agency boards and commissions, as well as all of the bylaws. So we would need to consult with law, and we'd want to do some good due diligence and come back with some strong recommendations to council.
Okay, so because I would like that, I would like to see that motion go forward, but I also don't want to put extreme pressure on an administration that's already under extreme pressure. So if it's 6 months, if that would be okay, I think that would be something that I hope we could accept. Secondly, and on the bylaw, that work is already underway, or do you need a motion on that?
We would require direction on that. The recommendation is contained within the report, and we're drafting something right now for your possible review, and we can read it out if required.
Thank you. And back to the chair, I think somewhere in this original work was to add up to 4 more members, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on that and whether or not you see some gaps in the committee as it now stands as far as reflecting the diversity of Edmonton.
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to say on the issue of membership that it's my opinion and experience, and I think that of the members, that we do really appreciate the job that the city did in recruiting this group of people. It's a strong, diverse group of people with various backgrounds and with expertise, and we've done a lot of work so far, I feel, on this issue. One of the things that we did notice immediately was the lack of Indigenous representation in terms of how we would see anti-racism and what we would like to see going forward. We appreciate that that could come from a number of different avenues as to why that has happened. It could have to do with those who applied. It could have to do with a various number of things. We also know when we're in touch with our communities that not everybody has faith in the government structures or sees themselves as being involved. And we do believe that from our own networks and our own relationships that we could help to bring people into this community, this structure, who wouldn't have come in the traditional way. And so we feel also, because everything that we do, our lens is always anti-racism first. That's the lens that we see it in. We do feel that we can make a contribution and fill in gaps that we do see that could occur by being able to appoint some members ourselves, and we've suggested up to 4.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So Madam Clerk or Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to put forward a motion that would perhaps look at all 3 of those items, the bylaw, addressing the bylaw changes, 2, some policy work on honoraria, and 3, some further work involving administration and the committee on addressing gaps in membership on the committee. And I haven't written one, to be honest, but I know how talented our city clerks are.
So I think we might have, so if I can just take this in 3 parts. Councillor McKeenan, apologies, I haven't been able to email this to you as quickly as we were able to pull it together. So the first motion would deal specifically with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee bylaw, and it would be that administration bring forward amendments to bylaw 18907 to expand the mandate to allow the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee to work collaboratively with administration to advise on issues related to policies and procedures, and to add up to 4 additional members as outlined in the report. The second motion, as it relates to honorarium, would be that administration, I'm crafting this as as hoping Ms. McCary is listening to me, but I think you want the clerk's office to go away and do an overall policy review on honorarium for advisory committees as well as decision-making boards. I'd like to be very specific because we have over 60 different civic agencies, so I believe it's just those 2 groups that that you're looking for. And then the third one, can I ask you perhaps not to make it, because it would be difficult to fill in gaps that don't exist yet because we haven't increased the membership size. So when we bring back those bylaw amendments, which I do believe can be done quite quickly, that's when you can give us instructions on how to fill those vacancies.
You turned 3 motions into 2 the way you read them, so I'm happy with those 2, and I'd be happy to make them.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor McKean, seconded by Councillor Henderson. Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
I just have a couple of questions based on that. I guess understanding that there's a lack of representation or perceived lack of representation, do we typically have committees to add their own members? Or because others may want to do that if we open ourselves up to that.
Councillor, I'll start off. The only example, I think, is when Council recently stood up the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force. That process was rather unique, so that we can go exactly as has been talked about just in the last few minutes, to not go through the typical recruiting process, but to reach out to individuals that committee members, in this case, believe they would have something to offer. So it is a very unique file, if you will, in terms of trying to get those people that, that don't maybe not have a resume and may not have that standard knowledge that many of us do. And let the clerks weigh in on that as well.
So just to supplement what Mr. Smythe was saying, the Community and Safety Wellbeing Task Force is obviously different in that it's a temporary ad hoc committee, whereas the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee is a I'm going to say a permanent advisory committee, and it's my recollection that council is the one that sets the recruitment practices for each of these agency boards and commissions, and I believe that direction was provided by council either at the end of August or beginning of September. Councillor Essinger?
So then is what being recommended different than a normal council perspective? I just think if we change one, everybody's going to want to consider something different.
May I speak to part of this?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate this. I do appreciate the need to proof every policy and recommendation to see how it affects the whole. And the one piece that I think it's important to keep holding in here is which of our advisory committees are there to help address social inequality. It's an equity issue. And so I would understand how it doesn't make sense that every committee would be opened up to then appointing a number more of their own. And I do think the process that the council went through was robust and strong and had good dividends. But I think in this case, and possibly the case of one or two other committees, where the purpose is to try and reduce and eliminate inequality and disproportionate outcomes to a specific group, I think we would be losing the richness of the people that you have brought forward are those who can access the system from those communities.
Okay.
And we need more of those voices.
Okay, my hesitancy on this is when we started WAVE, we too struggled with having Indigenous voices, but we stayed with the original policy. We worked really hard to recruit them, and I'm happy to say we have those voices at the table. So I guess if we were going to do this on a temporary basis, perhaps, but I think we have to go back to use our recruitment processes. We were very deliberate to do that, and we were successful. In the same way WAVE deals with equity issues, my other question is around remuneration, because I think to say that I know some of the women balance many jobs and many other activities, but they choose to be participating in WAVE. So I think we can't just brush everyone the same. So under the remuneration, I think we have to look at everybody or nobody. So I'm interested in that policy, but many have worked through these challenges already as they stood up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, just as a slight observation on this question of how we do appointments, and I think who formally does the appointment is probably still back to council, but how those recommendations come to us. And there is precedent for doing it differently. It was the Urban Aboriginal Advisory Committee, which for many, many years operated exactly like this in order to make sure the right voices were at the table. So we have done it in the past. I mean, I don't think it's a good long-term practice, and the fact that we don't have that committee anymore is probably an example of why it's not a good long-term practice, but I think it worked quite well for a good chunk of its time. So just share that as a bit of background.
Any other questions? Have we got the wording of the motion?
It's in the chat, but we can also put it somewhere else. We'll put it up on the screen, or it already is there.
Okay.
And so can I just triple check that what we've drafted there in point 2, it does include the 9 advisory committees and the 3 decision-making boards. And if you would like us to make amendments, if we can just get as much clarity as possible, please.
Okay. So, Councillor McKean, is that satisfactory?
It is, thank you.
Can you read it in then, just so we're all on the same page?
The type is a bit small on my end, but I will try. That administration bring forward amendments to bylaw 18907 to expand the mandate to allow the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee to work collaboratively with administration to advise on issues related to policies and procedures, and to add up to 4 additional members as outlined in the November 16, 2020 Citizen Services Report CR 8456. And secondly, that administration conduct a review of remuneration for advisory committees and decision-making boards and return to council with potential amendments to the ABC policy C575C if the review recommends changes.
Seconder for that? I think
seconded it.
Councillor Henderson had given notice to second that. It's still satisfactory to him.
Can I just do a quick question?
Sure, go ahead, Councillor
I'm just wanting to be more specific, because the suggested changes are actually in attachment 1, and I'm wondering if it's worth linking to that as opposed to the whole report? Or did you want more room to be able to maneuver and work?
No, I like more clarity. We'll add an attachment 1, please.
Yeah.
But so it's attachment 1, but not including the honorary. That's why I didn't include it. 'Cause that the chart on attachment 1?
The chart on attachment 1, because the honorary are not part of the suggested changes. Would be my reading. There are some.
For clarity, we just got to be careful how we refer to attachment 1, or people will think we've misread the motion.
Okay, is that friendly, that change? No objections? Okay, Councillor Essinger, you're back on. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted clarity, because we're adding these 4 members. Is it a one-time add and then they go into the system? I'm into the regular recruitment? Just for clarity, please. Or do we envision the committee always adding 4 new people all the time?
So, Councillor Essinger, we'll go away and we'll work with Law Branch to amend the bylaws to come back to council. And once you add the 4 additional members, then we'll be working with the Anti-Racism Committee to determine what the best path forward is for filling those vacancies. Further to Councillor McKean's potential third amendment, we'll be coming back to council for that conversation, and we'll take direction then.
Okay, then that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly commenting, if that's okay.
Sure.
For good on questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. So just, I wanted to just briefly note on point 2, and I know there's this tension between sort of, does everyone get money or does no one get money, and how do we balance that out? And I just thought I would say out loud, although I know it's probably well known, Council's made a number of policy changes over the last couple of years for things like the Leisure Access Program, the Ride Transit Program, that have recognized people's income thresholds, and we've used that a lot to help determine where we provide support and not. And so I'm not saying that should absolutely be the direction of point 2, but that might be one idea to look at. So instead of particularly singling out or saying, here are the handful of committees where we would do this, or we will give every single person money, if there are those who are, in a lower income or those who are struggling financially, maybe we want to do more of a targeted solution like we do with a number of our other policies for point 2. So I'm happy to support this, and just thought that might be one lens to at least look at that with. How easy or hard that would be, I recognize that may be a bit of a challenge, but it might be worth having that conversation. So thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor McKean to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I would be remiss if I didn't, first of all, recognize Mike Chow and the work he's done with the committee. So thanks, Mike. I know you've been at all those committee meetings and doing the herding that is required with a brand new committee. So you've done amazing work. So thank you for that. I wanted to thank Shalini, who has been a graceful and gracious chair of a new committee. And, I think when those things start out, people are not used to the procedures and practices, and she's done an incredible job of keeping everybody engaged. And I think there were meetings held informally during the initial period where we'd sort of shut down. And so the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee was doing work when it wasn't even really required to do work. Certainly wasn't being paid for it. So I want to thank you, Shalini, and the rest of the committee members for a display of real enthusiasm and in the face of a complicated, big, huge, hairy problem. And I think we wish you all the best. And I want to, I wish Mo Banga was here today too, because I know he'd be proud to see you presenting here. The remuneration question is just one that I think we need to wrap our head around philosophically. I think in coming months and years, we might need to ask our community to volunteer a lot more because we may not be able to do everything for everyone all the time. Not that we could ever do that, but the civic budget is going to be extremely challenged. But there are times when we ask people to do things to go over and above, and maybe they are in challenging situations themselves. And I think it's only fair that we look at remuneration. And on the other issue, there seems to be a gap of a lack of Indigenous representation right now on the committee. And I think whoever goes out and beats the bushes and finds some really good candidates that we could then interview and put on the committee, that would be fantastic. So I just wanted to say there's been some really good work done today. And they've been working quietly in the background, although not quietly actually, but quietly in the background. And so I'm hoping everybody can support this, knowing that we're not, I don't think we're upsetting the apple cart here today. And I think there might be lessons we can learn from WAVE, and maybe even some equity we need even bring to a committee like WAVE. So I appreciate Councillor Esslinger's questions and observations today. So I'll stop there, and I hope everybody can find a way to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just waiting for a few more votes, Mr. Mayor.
Elaine, yes for me.
I don't know why it didn't come up. It never.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor McKeon?
It's asking me to vote again. We get to vote, and a third time, but I'm a yes.
Okay, and then Councillor Esslinger?
I did vote, but it's yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Reports will be generated accordingly. Okay, let's loop back to item 5.4, and I accept the premise on reflection that it would have been here today and direction could have been provided to iterate towards the next step, and so that's sort of the curvature to put on it here today, which I think is okay, but I'll go to clerks for the right form to do that in. So,
Mr. Mayor, just before you do that, I'm happy to just give notice today and move the request to reschedule. And I'll give notice later in the meeting.
okay. If that works in consultation with clerks, okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right, then we'll catch it before the end of the meeting then. So you will move the new due date to come back with spring supplemental capital. I need a seconder for that.
I'll second.
Councillor Henderson seconds that. Okay, speaking to it, Councillor Walters, or questions?
Sorry, that was left over from before in my efforts to explain. No need.
Okay, all right. So please vote on the revised due date for that.
I'm going to have to vote out loud. I'll vote yes. I will.
Councillor Katarina?
That's a yes as well. I'm not sure what's going on here with this voting thing.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Next then is item 614, council and committee agenda item prioritization and motion cleanup. Councillor Cartmel, you had questions on that one?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. One of the motions that has been identified for cleanup and it's been suggested that it comes back as a memo, was a motion that I made regarding pavement design and proliferation of potholes, etc. Now, the motion was that administration provide a report to committee. Oh, let's see. Providing an overview of current internal specification and standards for pavement design and construction practices. Part 1 was historical data. Part 2 was a work plan. So my concern is this, Mr. Mayor. I think that this question is worthy of a conversation somewhere at committee, or I guess at committee. But a memo means that we get a memo on something and the conversation essentially dies, and I don't want it to die. I'd rather this come back, that a report be brought back to committee and we have this conversation. However, if the memo is going to describe the work plan, and the work plan will ultimately result in a report that comes to committee to allow that conversation, then I'm okay. So I'm seeking that clarification from administration.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. I think the reason that we were thinking of memo was a large part of the information that's requested can be provided by memo. If there's a desire to discuss the work plan, then I think that could come as a report. But like all of these that we presented at the various committees, it's really either at the committees, it was their discretion, or council's discretion on whether they supported our recommendations or not. Again, it's really a consideration for council. This would be our recommendation, but if council would like us to continue with the report, we will do that.
Well, there were some third-party stakeholders that I had been in conversation with that wanted to speak to this conversation, to this topic. And so the appropriate time would be when a report is brought back that included that condition assessment and data in that condition assessment report. And there was discussion of a work plan. So I'm not sure what the best way to go here is. Sorry to be complicating the works here, but.
So Councillor Cartmel, it's Aileen here. So if you would like to, if somebody wants to move the main motion, then in attachment 1 on page 7, then you could just move an amendment to strike that out, and by deleting the recommendation from administration that be a memo, it will then default into maintaining to be a report to UPC. It would be that simple.
Or you could move the motion with that change right off the bat, and that would also work.
Very good, then I'll move the motion with that change.
Okay, so with the recommendation amended to strike reference to that particular report coming as a memo, therefore it will still come as a report, but the rest would be adjusted accordingly. So with that change, I just need a seconder for that. I'll second it, I guess. Okay, further questions on this one? Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Actually, no, I saw Councillor Hamilton click on. I'll let her ask about the item. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
So there were, in the first part of this report, things to be returned as memos. For instance, I think there are, for instance, what Councillor Knack and I were talking about was the early agenda release pilot program. So, which I know is super popular. But coming back as a memo, given that council services only meets like quarterly, or I think even biannually, it does present, I think, a question of when we would sort of return for discussion on these items.
When would you like us to come back?
Sorry, I know how much, yeah, everyone really enjoyed this pilot program. But I got really good feedback on it from the media. So
we can come back to the next meeting in January. I mean, the reason that we put this off was because we suspended the pilot once COVID started. And so we haven't ran a full cycle of it. So we don't have results because we don't have a pilot.
So that's actually, I think, a reasonable answer to that. I think maybe then the question pivots to, you're going to love this question even more, when do we restart the pilot?
I don't think it's realistic to have an answer right now based on what we're dealing with COVID.
Okay, and that's a really reasonable answer to that. So I'd maybe look to, I know this was my motion, but I'd maybe look to the rest of council, because I know that there were some opinions on this, but I guess the question lays with us whether or not, what do we want to press forward on? And what are we satisfied with coming back to at a later time?
Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So maybe to the point of the motion that's made earlier, if we wanted to remove that one, because I'll actually note that, especially after getting this week's agenda, this was a good reminder that it was nice. It would be nice to have that extra time. So I'd be happy to amend the motion simply to strike that one, so it can come back at the next council services, which I think is in February.
Okay, so your amendment would be to strike that one coming as a memo and leave it on the council services agenda in effect.
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
Please.
Okay.
So I think there's actually 3 related reports, all under council services. So just for consistency, can we just bring the whole thing back?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's your intent?
Yes, please.
Okay. Seconder for that amendment?
Second.
Councillor Carmel? Okay.
And can I just clarify, we did the pilot for a very short period of time, so the item will come back and that'll facilitate a discussion where we may get direction to reinvigorate.
Yes, the direction is not to start the pilot again. The direction is to bring the report back on the merits of resuming the pilot or taking other steps at that time. Yeah. Okay. Debate on the amendment? Councillor Cartmell. Okay, not seeing any. Please vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Do we have both amendments then? Both the amendment I offered and the amendment that Councillor Knack offered?
Yes and no. What's before us right now is Councillor Knack's amendment because your change is already included in the main motion. So you moved the main motion with an adjustment, so that's been set aside for the moment. And now we're just adding potentially Councillor Knack's adjustment to your main motion as already previously adjusted. Got it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, sorry, before you go on, it's not letting me click on, but I just want to speak to the motion quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an absence of trying to single out an item that's important to me as well, but I just wanted to go on record to say that I think the conversation around alcohol consumption in public parks is quite important. And it would have been interesting if that was implemented this summer with COVID, and we don't know what next summer will bring us. I appreciate administration's solution to bring back some of these, what would be reports, into a memo. Obviously, that's why we're having this discussion. But depending on what that memo reveals, I think there's an opportunity to commence that discussion. And the approach that I will take, unless any other councillors want to jump on it, because I think Councillor Henderson spoke about this idea first, but it would be a notice of motion to bring that forward for discussion for next summer. I just wanted to go on the record for that.
Okay, thank you. That's sort of to the larger motion. I think I'll just double check that right now what we have is the specific motion about the specific amendment about keeping the pilot project for longer lead time on reports is what's before us right now. Anyone else wishing to speak to that specifically? And then if there are other issues that folks want to flag about the any of the other items that are in the broader list, then we'll save that for after we've dealt with this amendment. I just didn't want to cut you off in the middle of.
No, I understand. Thanks. Working remotely, there's sometimes challenges with keeping up. Thanks.
No worries, no worries. Councillor McKean?
Thank you. I'll be voting no to both. I think that we have to take seriously the amount of work that is ahead of us in coming weeks and months, and that we have to be prepared that some of this will come back in memo, and that we have to focus on critical issues. And I think these recommendations were made in all good faith, and I accept that administration needs to find some ways to limit our agenda, or we are going to burn them out. So I'll be voting no.
Trying to click in here, but it's not working. So I'll just, if I could pass the chair to, I guess, Councillor Henderson, since Councillor Hamilton's got the amendment on the floor.
Happy to take the chair.
Oh, Councillor Knack has the amendment? Okay, all right, then I'll pass it to Councillor Hamilton.
Got the chair.
Thank you. So I'm very sympathetic to Councillor McKean's point, and to administration's reason for bringing these forward. I think on the question of this particular amendment, I still think it's an important consideration for this council that was familiar with the pilot to have the discussion. I'm not sure it's super urgent. I think it's just that this council needs to deal with the question before transition of some or all members of council by the end of this term. So I think we got to delve into this. I'm not sure, depending on, I mean, I think we need to be prepared to postpone things as well as bring them back as memos if we're dealing with other more pressing issues, because I think we might have bandwidth for these kinds of conversations in February, and we should follow up, but we might not. And so I'm going to, unlike Councillor McKean, but for a few of the same reasons, I'm going to vote yes, but with a big caveat that this is not the most important question that I think is before us right now. But I do think, well, it's still somewhat fresh in the memory of administration and council that we should talk about it. From my point of view, though, and I'll just add this, on this particular topic, that I have found having sort of 5 different agendas going at once actually more challenging than having a couple that I'm focused on at any given time. So I'm not sure it is worth it for the additional challenge, but I recognize that there are different perspectives on that I think at some point we do need to talk through. But flagging again, not where I would put the majority of our governance focus in the short to medium term, recognizing that keeping it alive for discussion prior to the end of the term makes some sense given the other perspectives. So I'll vote yes, but have trepidation about time and energy spent on the discussion and on continuing it at this time under these circumstances. So with that caveat, I'll stop and take the chair back.
Return the chair.
And go to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just really quickly, I would echo that. I think we had enough of the pilot that it would be worthwhile us having another discussion and conversation about this. I don't think any more work needs to be done to facilitate that. But because I'm inclined to agree that I'm not sure, I think there were ups and downs to it, and us, before administration does anything more on it, us being able to talk about our experience, which I think was long enough to adjudicate it, is a useful thing to do. So I'll support it for that reason.
Thank you. Anybody else before I go to Councillor Knack on the amendment to close? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, very much appreciate the comments around this is not necessarily priority. I would just note that Council Services Committee typically has had bandwidth for items, so that's why I feel it's not unreasonable to do this. And frankly, the reason it really popped up to me is that when I opened up, I took a quick look, but I was, as many of us were, busy with other items, and then to have a 1,400-page agenda to read from Thursday to Monday today. This is why I think we need to have that conversation at Council Services, because in order to do my job as appropriately as I would like, that's a very challenging agenda to read in well, frankly, one day, because I had items booked every other day. So Sunday was my day, and 12 hours of reading was still not, and I don't think I did as good of a job as I would have liked to have done for such a large agenda. So I'd like to have that conversation in February. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, no, that was to close, wasn't it? Yeah. Please vote.
Councillor Walters, are you still with us?
Yes, and I voted yes.
You didn't, but we will amend your vote.
I hit yes.
Okay, we will correct your abstention. Thank you.
Knowing that the e-scribe folk are paying attention right now, my screen has been flashing merrily away so something's unstable here. So it's now telling me the vote's in progress, but I never had the opportunity to vote.
Yeah,
but
we met with the e-scribe folks at lunch, and they are watching and with us, and we're also working with OCT to make sure that we actually have enough bandwidth in this room.
Yeah, because it may be bandwidth, but I've never had this issue before. This is the first time I've had it.
Thank
now
you.
I can vote.
Great.
There we go.
So we're still.
I see the screen as well. I'll vote here and then see if it comes up.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm a no.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor McKeon. Oh, the votes are starting to come through, Mr. Mayor.
Aileen, mine is yes, verbally.
Councillor Katarina, you're a no or a yes, sorry?
I'm a yes. I did vote.
Yeah, it's come through. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Emailed it, vote.
Paquette is a reluctant yes.
Well, we'll wait here until we have counted all the votes.
Councillor Cartmel.
I am a yes. The window did not come my way.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
I voted yes. It still says it's submitting, so.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I am a yes, and it hasn't popped up for me.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
I'm submitting as I speak. It goes round in circles, but yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote if you can. Oh, there it is. Okay, that passes 11-1. And I would just say in response to the almost point of privilege from Councillor Knack that the solution there might be agenda management, not not report timing. So, but we're work in progress on all of those things. So feedback is noted from the shorter term perspective as well.
On e-scribe
That's
feedback,
why we have 3 days worth of meetings. So
on e-scribe feedback, I'm still submitting and my screen is locked, so I'll have to go right out of the program.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion as put with its adjustment by Councillor Cartmel and as amended by Councillor Knack's motion just now. Is there any further debate on the motion as amended? Not seeing any, then please vote.
The vote is in progress.
Here it comes. Somebody must have knocked the side of the server because that came up real quick.
Councillor Walters?
I actually voted twice. But yes.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Fraud.
Nothing showed up here, but I'm a no.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
Yes, mine's still submitting from the last vote.
Councillor Katarina?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Cartmell?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Councillor Walters, you're in Philadelphia, right? Display the vote, please.
We should switch to vote by mail.
That's carried 11-1. Okay.
Bev, if you want to stop submitting, you're going to have to close the program and reopen it.
Courier pigeons come to mind.
Okay, next would be 622, which came up from Executive Committee, and the flavor of the discussion there was debate about whether the EV charging rebate was the optimal place for, based on the reports, for the investment, but desire, not universal, but a desire to keep the dollars in the program as the program gets reevaluated, which it will be by administration as part of the other draft report that was previously dealt with under 621. And so withdrawal of the motion was the recommendation of committee to allow administration to go back and potentially reprofile the funding associated with this as part of their overall program review. And so, however, the motion would need to be withdrawn with the consent of council to go back to and then replace it with receipt of information, or a different motion that's more specific around reprofiling the dollars within the broader energy transition program. So, but the committee's recommendation is that the motion be withdrawn, and so the first question would be back to the mover of the original motion, whether he would consent to the withdrawal of the motion.
I think with what you just shared about consideration of other uses within that same profile, I'm happy to withdraw with the intent that I'd like to see that motion made, and I can either do it, or if there was already been created by somebody at exec, I'll defer to them.
No, we didn't write the motion because we had understood from administration that work would happen, and we didn't craft anything on the fly, but we understood a motion to that effect might be still seen as desirable by members of council. So there is some wording that committee didn't vet, but if you wanted to, that could be sent along to you in the chat for your consideration. Sure. As a substitute motion. So let me just first check to see whether there's any objection to withdrawal, understanding that something more specific may come.
Yes, there is.
Okay, then so the motion is still before us as it is. The other way to handle it that was contemplated was an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. So there's also an option. Obviously, Councillor Knack can't amend his own motion, so we need to go to someone else to move an amendment.
If it's drafted, I'm happy to move it.
I've got Councillor Walters on the floor next. So
there's
a committee. So
I guess now that there's objection to withdrawal, the two options are we just vote. We could vote on the motion on the floor, and if it fails, the program proceeds. Correct?
Yep.
Or I could possibly amend the motion just to say that the funds be reallocated within the branch budget.
Yes.
Okay, I'll, if no one else makes that amendment later on, I'll come back on to make it, but just here, I'll just sit tight for now and listen to the discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKeon?
I would be happy to move reallocation of those funds, 150 and 150, to the overall strategy, I think.
Okay. So that's been moved. Needs a seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Okay, so what's before us now then is the question of specifically the amendment keeping the funds within the overall program. And then administration would prioritize accordingly. So we'll just make sure that the wording is clear of the amendment.
We're just crafting that budget amendment right now, so.
No, it stops being a budget amendment if you, why don't we take just a couple minutes break here just because clerks need to bend it into the underlying motion. We'll just take 2 minutes recess here. of withdrawal. To keep the money, because it's essentially a cut motion, to keep the money in substantially changes the intent of the motion. So it's hard to write it as an amendment that obviates the motion. And so if the will of council is in fact to keep the money in, the only way, the pathway to doing that is to defeat the, withdraw the motion, but if there's not consent to do that, then is to defeat the motion and then put a different motion on the floor if the other motion is defeated. Or if that motion passes, then it's moot. So I can't accept the amendment because it would too substantially alter the premise, and we don't want to go down the path of amending motions by substitution to the opposite of their intent, because then you get into really tricky procedural gymnastics about, well, anyway, it's not desirable. So on the advice of clerks, we'll not take that amendment, and the pathway, if folks wish to entertain an alternative, is to defeat the motion and then for an alternate to come forward. So we're back to debate on the motion as it was originally put, which cuts outright. So debate on that, or questions on that, I suppose. Councillor McKean, did you were still in mid-time when we started talking about that?
Yeah, I'm certainly not objecting to your ruling. I think that makes absolute sense. I would have preferred that the withdrawal been allowed to go through. You would have saved a bit of time here, but we're now here. I have nothing else.
Indeed. Councillor Henderson?
Well, just to ask some questions, and unfortunately I was not able to stay for this part of Executive Committee when we had presentations from a couple of members from our Energy Transition Advisory Group. So I'll go through what I think the rationale is why this was here, and if you can let me know if it lines up with the presentation that was made to us, that would be useful. But having heard them discuss it, I'm guessing this is the case. The number one of our really, really huge impediments in reaching our goals has to do with transportation, correct?
That's correct.
And the one of the major tools we're going to have to use in order to get there, any kind of, is electrification of our transportation, which includes private vehicles.
That's correct.
One of the reasons why we looked at the charging piece rather than some of the other pieces there is because we wanted to dovetail with the work that the federal government is doing, and they've looked at the vehicle piece of the puzzle, so we thought we would look at the charging piece of the puzzle.
That's correct.
So, and again, we had a long discussion in executive on this balance between incentive and regulation. This is incentive.
That's correct.
So this is trying to get early adopters to shift over so that we can hopefully start a kind of wave so that regulation won't be necessary, but that we can get some early adopters to adopt to make it possible for us to do the shift that we need to do. And that's why this is brought forward. That's why it was important, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm guessing that's what was said to us by the experts that came from the panel on.
That was a component of it, for sure.
Were there other pieces that I've missed?
There was discussion about the grid as well, and the transition of the actual electrical grid to more green sources of electricity as well.
Obviously, if we stay on a coal base, this doesn't make any sense, but that's the other piece of work that's already well underway.
Actually, even on a coal-based grid, there's still a 30% reduction in greenhouse gases for electrification.
So
with our current grid.
Right. So this is a really big piece of the puzzle where we're trying to essentially use a small amount of money to get some early adopters going.
That is the idea with the program.
Yeah, which is completely in line with what we were hearing from everybody, which is incentives are the best way to go if we can.
We heard that a lot.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I just thought it was worth walking through that again because I know this, the people, to understand the rationales about why this is in place. It was thought out fairly carefully in terms of trying to grab something we could get a hold of quickly, which is part of what we were asked to do in order to get some really early wins and get some stuff going. and not replicating work that is being done by other orders of government, but to complement it. And that's essentially the rationale behind it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
There is, I'm going to try one other thing. Councillor Hamilton, if you could take the chair.
I've got the chair.
So the other way to do this, if we are to be forced to vote on this question, is to amend the numbers 150 to 0 and to add reallocation. So it still defunds the program, but keeps the funding within the branch to be reallocated. So I will move that we strike the dollar values to 0, but leave the part that says as a result of defunding the electric charging equipment and EV charging rebate, and then that would leave the funds within the branch to be redistributed.
And that administration reallocate to other priority energy transition strategy incentive areas?
Yes.
Second.
We have an amendment on the floor now. I think you can speak to the amendment if you wish.
I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay. Are there questions on the amendment? Is anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Councillor Nickel and then Councillor Henderson.
I'm a little disappointed here because it was just a straightforward yes or no vote, and you've, Mr. Mayor, you've twisted this into pretzels when it could have been just very clear what we were doing here. So I'm going to vote no because I was going to vote no to the original motion, but this whole sort of twisting and the motion, it just kind of hiding the fact what we're trying to do here, the original intent of the motion. So I'm just disappointed. I don't think it doesn't work.
That was broken up a bit.
Privilege, I cannot understand what is being said.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Councillor Nickel, we lost some of your message there. I think we got the substance of it, but it was broken up. Councillor Paquette, do you understand the substance of what Councillor Nickel was saying, or would you like him to repeat himself?
He's discontented.
I believe he was explaining that he did not intend to vote for the motion, the amendment.
Madam Chair, on a point on a point of privilege, it was after my motives were called into question. It was also suggested that he would have voted against the underlying motion as well, in which case the least pretzel-like way to do this would have been therefore to allow the underlying motion to have been withdrawn in the first place. So I am also at a loss. I will withdraw the amendment.
So you now wish to withdraw the amendment
Unless anyone wants to object to that.
unless there's an objection to withdrawal of the amendment? Is there an objection? Councillor Henderson, you're on the board. All right. Okay, so there's a withdrawal. Councillor Paquette, you wish to speak to objection to, or you wish to object to withdrawal of the amendment?
Yeah, I'm having trouble understanding the confusion. I think everything is extremely clear. I'm not sure why we can't just vote.
On the amendment or on the original motion?
On the amendment. To me, the path to where we are now was discussed and is very clear. Why we're here is very clear. I'm not sure why we can't just proceed.
So there is an objection to the withdrawal of the amendment, which now Councillor Henderson.
If the amendment's staying on the table, I will vote yes to the amendment because if the underlying motion passes, I'd prefer the amended version. But I agree with Councillor Nicol that I will still vote no to the main motion because I think the money should stay where it is. So I guess to Councillor Nicol, I think that is the path. That if the amendment passes, I still don't support the underlying motion, but I think it would be less harmful. But I still think we should be leaving the money in the original program. I think it was well-intentioned. So I will support the amendment, but will not support the main motion.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment?
Can we get the wording for that, Madam Chair?
Yes, that's fair. If Madam Clerk, you could put that in the chat. Just stand by a minute while we get that.
We're just right now. And Councillor Zadok, and to all of council, we've also just put it in eScribe, so you should be able to see it on your iPads if you're at home, or if you're in council chambers, you'll be able to see it up on the main screen. And so it doesn't say the word amendments, but that's the amendment to the main motion.
I'll give everyone about 30 seconds to review that since it's just been presented in writing. Councillor Zadok, you have questions?
No, I'll speak to it.
Okay. Anyone else to speak to it or question? Let's go. I'll do call for questions and then I'll do call for speaking to it. So I see nobody clicked on for questions. Councillor Zadok to speak to it.
Sure, I'm not going to support this amendment because there's an opportunity to return some money to the tax levy, and I think that's important. There's not an identified program other than the EV stations, which are being met with some concern, it's not status quo right now, so we're looking at everything through a different lens than when the EV charging rebate was first considered. So I'm not in favor of that program, and having administration not identify another program where the 150,000 could go to. Well, I would trust their discretion with most matters. This is, to me, just saying, take this money and find something else, but don't bring it back to council for approval. And coming into budget, I'm going to be hard on a lot of our financial decisions. So I respect the spirit of where this amendment's coming from. I just can't support it right now, not having an understanding of where the money would go to, and without a clear priority from this group within the department identifying it. And I get that they don't have the ability to respond right now. I'm speaking to the motion, and they very well might have some worthwhile programs, but I look forward to debating that in due course during budget if anything is brought forward. But right now, without all the information about where this money could go to, just knowing that it should not go towards EV charging rebates, I'm not going to support this amendment. And then to speak to the whole, to save time, I'm not going to support anything related to this right now. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah. I would like to ask a question of administration. Is that, are we out of that phase?
We were speaking to it now.
All right. Well, it just seems to me that administration has probably heard that concern and is highly unlikely that they would make an arbitrary decision about what to do with that money without coming to council. So I think that we're all adults here and we're all pretty aware of this conversation. So I think that we can trust that we would be getting clear communication on this. And I'm not going to look for nods because that would probably be cheating. But I think that we can all rest assured that everyone is taking budget dollars extremely seriously right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel to speak to the motion, the amendment on the motion on the floor.
Thank you. The reason I selected this item today was that I wanted to see the motion recrafted in a way that would get to where this amendment takes it, which is to say that the money is preserved within the program. But at the meeting last week, we heard a lot about equity and to some degree about the inability of some to participate in energy migration, energy transition, green energy initiatives, because they can be expensive and because not everybody has the opportunity to access those things, to spend the money to do things like put solar panels on your roof or to buy an electric vehicle. So I'm hoping that one of the considerations will be that if this money does stay within this general pocket or envelope of money, that we focus on trying to engage as many people as we can that might not otherwise have the means to participate in some of these ideas, some of these notions. So for that reason, I will support the amendment and then support the amended motion if it ends up that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, you clicked on again. Is that an error? You've spoken to it once? Okay. Councillor McKeon.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor McKeon, just a quick explanation. For some reason, eScribe crashed my system. I just rebooted, sorry.
Oh, thank you for that. Councillor McKeon, proceed.
Thank you. I have tremendous sympathy for that. My eScribe is going crazy. But despite that, I will support this amendment. We heard a lot last week, and I appreciate Councillor Cartmell's comments. I think we heard about energy poverty. And if there was a reason why I made the original motion around the e-bike rebates was because it was only really available to a small segment of the population. I was troubled by this particular program for the same reason, and yet we heard from our speakers last week a couple of things. One was that maybe these funds could be redirected into something that was more effective for the community at large. But secondly, I think we were reminded again and again and again from some very esteemed and very smart, very engaged speakers that they were there to remind us that we have 3 crises going on at the same time. And it's easy in the middle of COVID and in the middle of a financial crisis to forget about climate change. And it really struck me that it is important, critical, that we keep our eye on this ball. And I think this amendment gets us to a place that, as Councillor Cartmell stated, is perhaps a bit more equitable in using these funds. But I think it would be a mistake to start to defund our climate change programs. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKeon. I see no other speakers on the list, so I go to Mayor Iveson to close on the amendment.
Nothing further.
All right, please call the vote.
Madam Clerk, yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor.
Are we awaiting anyone else's?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Councillor Henderson? Thank you. Councillor McKeon?
My vote is spinning round, round, baby right round. But it is a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Cartmell?
I'm a yes. eScribe has left me.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-2 with Councillor Zadok and Nicol in opposition. I'll now return the chair.
Thank you. So we're back to the main motion as amended, which now reads whatever it reads as amended. We'll get clerks to put the wording back up on the screen. Further debate on the adjusted motion.
Mr. Mayor, just 1 second, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Zadig.
While I was speaking to the amendment, I think I misspoke by indicating intentions for the underlying motion, but I appreciate our process with how we come about these amendments, and it's been what we have before us is the will of council, so I'm going to support this as it is. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Nope, on from before.
Okay, Councillor Henderson?
Well, I'm not going to support this. This was not a casual choice to go down this road to begin with. It was done after a great deal of thought and after us sitting here a year ago saying we needed to grab the things that we could move and work on quickly and get going. I think we've had good pickup on these programs. When we pulled the bike program, we created huge issues for people that felt that they'd been dealt with very unfairly because they had in good faith gone out and made investments that then had the rug pulled out from under them. And ironically, the bike program turned out to be a hugely successful program in getting big pickup, which is the point of this, which is to get people to make a set of choices that we desperately need them to make and get them to make them as quickly as possible in the hopes that they can lead the way for others and bring the price down. You know that the more you can get people adopting early and making investments in this kind of thing, the more the price comes down for everybody. So, I can only reiterate, we heard loud and clear that people prefer incentives, and that's exactly what this is. And if we can't get the incentives going now, we will have no choice but to do something more draconian later if we're going to have any chance of getting where we need to go. So this program was put together after a great deal of thought and a great deal of pressure from us to come up with things that we could act on quickly, and that's exactly what administration did. And I think the program should be allowed to run. Every delay in this makes it that much harder to get where we need to go. So I would like to continue to support the original proposal, original program, and I'll be voting no as a result.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree with Councillor Henderson at all. I think his points are founded in observable fact and precedent. But one factor that we have to consider is that we also need buy-in from the public, and the e-bike rebate did not have mass buy-in, in fact, quite the opposite. And I voted against ending that rebate because I wanted to do exactly this with it, but we just didn't have the strategy in place at the time. If we can keep the money into energy transition, then that gives us an opportunity to do something that is effective, that is equitable, and that the public can look at and say, you know what, that makes sense for me. Because the worst thing that we can do is create an environment where it looks like the haves are getting benefits, where the have-nots are getting nothing. And that may not be the reality of it, but it is the perception of it. And that matters as much in this conversation as all of the strategies that we employ. So I will be supporting this because I understand that, this is a priority for Edmontonians, that we get a handle on this, but they also want it to make sense and they want it to be fair for everyone and to be perceived as fair for everyone. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So is Councillor Henderson's co-pilot on our energy transition work, and in honor of the good work done by that advisory committee who very thoughtfully detailed and described the benefits of us doing this. I'll vote against this and hope that we can just maintain the existing program in place. Councillor Cartmell's comments on equity are very good comments, and there was a significant amount of time at committee talking about things like energy retrofits and programs that we need to convene primarily with many partners, other partners in our community who can tackle energy poverty through retrofits of our older homes. The point is we have to do all of these things. So I will vote against this in hopes that we can maintain the original program. And I'll look forward to the various social media memes about this decision that make a further mockery of our code of conduct. Thank you.
having multiple reactions. But in the absence of a point of order or point of privilege, I'll keep them to myself. Councillor Hamilton, if you could take the chair, I just got a couple things to say.
I've got the chair.
Building on something Councillor Henderson said, further to the discussion we had at committee last week, if we're not prepared and if the transition is not going to be heavily regulated, and in fact we're going to take a market transformation-based approach, and I believe in that approach, because I think if the market doesn't scale up to meet all of these transition opportunities, you can't force it. You have to induce capacity, and you do that a little bit with regulatory signaling, but you also do it with incentives. And necessarily part of the theory of change behind a market transformation approach is that it starts at the boutique end, with the folks who have the higher purchasing power, who create the critical mass, and you combine and accelerate with those early adopters to get a critical mass of charging stations out there, so that more people, as the costs come down, will say, hey, that's a viable option. It is working with people who have means to accelerate the change. But I do hear that can be spun the other direction as subsidizing people who were going to do the right thing anyway. And that has happened on both of these fronts. If we go down that road, every time one of these incentive programs come up, we will peel all of the incentives away that are necessary to get the tipping over mass adoption of the suite of different initiatives that will be necessary to actually reach the goals that we've set out. And the very same folks who will suggest that we shouldn't have aimed so high will have been the ones who cut these initiatives out at the knees each time along the way. And I've watched that happen year after year after year, where we set bold goals, and particularly on this file, and then they get undercut at implementation. Guess who gets to wear that? So I'm not going to vote for this today because I think we need to be able to carry on, and administration needs to be entrusted and empowered to optimize the allocation of the resources that we put in their hands. And if we're going to micromanage that one program at a time, we are never going to get this done. Unless that's what people want. But that would be me questioning motives, which I shouldn't do, so I apologize for that. I'm just really frustrated. Because given the conversation we had the other day and the demand for leadership from this council and this organization and all governments on this issue, maybe this isn't the right program. So I'm glad that even if it passes, we're not defunding the objective, but we had to fight over that too, and only after doing it once previously. So anyway, I will leave it there. But I think we have to have some courage to stand behind our officials when they bring us initiatives forward that are consistent with the plans that we've passed, and stand behind them, unless there's a valid reason other than perception to change them.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Anything further? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I got bounced out again. I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councillor McKeon?
Madam Clerk, nothing is showing up on my screen, but I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor McKeon. Councillor Henderson?
I'm a no. I'm spinning again.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
I'm a no as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Cartmell?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried. Okay, so can I just get a motion to go in private to deal with item
9.3.
or
So
time
moved.
specific,
Second.
which would just be item 9.3. So that'll be subject to section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, 24, advice from officials, 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of the public body, and 26, testing procedures, tests and audits. Sorry, who moved that? Councillor Henderson? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Okay, I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to going in private to deal with the time specific at 3:45? Hearing none.
And just before Councillor leaves this hangout, I have set up a new hangout for the 3:45 item. So if you can leave this hangout and please join the other one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're in recess until 3:45. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
I'm hopeful.
Thank you. Councillor Banga. Oh, Councillor Banga's still indisposed. Councillor Zadok.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
I am here.
I can see Councillor Hamilton with my own eyes. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson. I can also see you with the whites of my eyes. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
Am I in the right room now?
Greetings. Welcome back.
Hello.
Okay, thank you all. We're now back in public on 626, Plan to Meet Immediate Housing Need Progress Report. Oh, hold on. We've still got to add attachment 1, do a private thing.
I will
Councillor
move to
Henderson?
attach attachment 1.
To add attachment 1 and that the direction outlined in it be pursued and that it be kept in private, subject to the aforementioned fort provisions for 9.3. So that's your motion. I'll second that. Please vote.
The vote is on its way.
There it is. Maybe they rebooted Skynet.
We're just missing 2. Councillor Katarina?
Yes, for me, it's blinking again. So.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously.
And I'll move to postpone 9.3 to Wednesday?
Yeah, till later
Till
in the
later.
meeting.
Later
Later in the meeting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Seconder for that. Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. Okay. I'll just seek unanimous consent on postponing. Any objection? Not seeing any. Then we're back at 626. Welcome. You folks have been busy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, but thank you.
Just to introduce our delegation this afternoon, Jackie Ford, Branch Manager of Social Development, and our leads of our housing team, Crystal Kajener, Colton Kursab, and I believe Brendan Pinchins is online. City Council has prioritized the creation of 900 units of supportive housing as its top affordable housing priority. This report this afternoon provides Council with an overview of the updated supportive housing strategy the team has developed in response to increasingly urgent housing needs, and as Council is aware, the evolving intergovernmental funding landscape in our city. Strategy will increase the supply of supportive housing in our city by creating at least 120 new permanent housing units over the next 15 months and has the potential to create significantly more. Strategy repositions city-owned sites previously approved for supportive housing for rapid housing development through the use of modular construction technology. The changes will allow the City of Edmonton to leverage $23.5 million in new capital grant funding from the Government of Canada's Rapid Housing Initiative and the Government of Alberta's Municipal Stimulus Program, and begin construction immediately on 3 new supportive housing developments. And in addition to these 3 funded projects, administration has prepared a list of 7 other shovel-ready projects that may be executed in the same time frame, which will be included in the proposed housing investment plan the City of Edmonton will submit to Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation for further funding consideration. If successful, these developments could rapidly add at least 400 further units to Edmonton's supportive housing supply. I should note as well, remind Council that attachments 1 and 2 in our report are in private, and if there are questions about those attachments relating to this information, we will need to go into private. So it's a brief overview of the high points of our report, We do have some slides, but we wanted to get this in front of council right away, so we can go to questions based on that overview.
We can go to questions. We're good to go to questions now.
Oh, okay, thank you. Appreciate those those comments. Councillor Henderson, and the tremendous amount of work on short timelines again to get to here. So Councillor Henderson selected this, and then I'll go to Councillor McKean.
Yeah, and I just wanted to track the financial implications, because that's where I got a little bit lost about, we had money in. This will, what does it free up? What different, how does that, given, and I understand we don't know it all yet, that there's a second piece of money that we can get from the feds that may free up, but I guess with each stage, what does it free up that allows us to do that we couldn't have otherwise done? I guess is what I'm having a little bit of trouble. Yeah.
So in June of 2020, City Council did approve moving forward with 5 supportive housing projects. 4 of those were on city-owned sites that were proposed to be submitted to the co-investment fund through CMHC for financing, which would provide approximately a 65%, 35% split, with the 35% being CMHC. And that would be a combination of loan and forgivable loan.
And we put aside money for the 65%.
That's right.
Did we not?
Yes,
okay,
yeah. Or rather, the plan was to reallocate within the Affordable Housing Investment Plan. And for the 5th project, we had approved potentially proceeding alone and funding up to 100% of the construction costs, or capital costs. So under this scenario, with the announcement of the Rapid Housing Initiative, we have the potential for senior orders of government to fund 100% of the construction costs for all 5 of those projects. But what is known today is that 2 of them could be funded through the Rapid Housing Initiative funding, with the allocation that was provided to the City of Edmonton through the major housing stream, or major cities stream. And so that's $17.27 million, which is freed up, or which would essentially is what we would use to fund those 2 projects. And then the 3rd project did receive partial funding through the municipal stimulus program. We submitted an application for that, and that's $6.2 million. And so we'll be submitting the balance of that cost, which the total cost is just over $14 million, so about $8 million to the RHI for funding. But if it doesn't, even if it doesn't get funding, we would still proceed on the basis of that provincial funding.
So,
that makes sense.
So understanding that the projects that we can fast track may not need our funds, which is great, and that because we can fast track them, that's why they're available for this federal funding. But what are the thoughts about what we then do with our funds? I guess, because that was the piece that I wasn't quite sure I tracked. I mean, assuming it all happens, even if it's not either case scenario, what does it allow us to do that we couldn't have done before?
So it frees up, so essentially what we're suggesting today is that we move forward with the first 3 projects, regardless of whether that 3rd project gets topped up by RHI or not. So if it doesn't get the RHI funding, we'll use city capital to proceed with that. And then for the remainder of the projects, we suggest waiting to see what the decision is before we come up with the new strategy. And that's because we think there could be a second round of Rapid Housing Initiative funding coming as well.
And at that point, we would have a conversation about how to reallocate our money. So that's not in here yet. We're not talking about that. We'll park it, I presume, rather than claw it back. We would park it. And,
correct.
And, I just think we need to say that out loud because, so the idea would be to park it and then look for other projects that we could bring on the table that might be a year behind.
Too early to make adjustments, for sure.
Great. That was the only bit I wanted to track. I just wasn't sure I quite understood how that was playing out, or whether we'd already reallocated all of our money in order to make the 7 projects go. So we hope we can do the 7 projects with the money that's coming from the federal government, which will allow us then to look at another set of projects sometime in the next few months that would be probably about a year behind in terms of our ability to pull them off, correct? And the reality is, that's the federal money we have to spend quickly or we won't get it. Our money we can take a little bit more time with, but still achieve the same ends. And we knew with the money we'd already put on the table, we'd only done about, what, a third of what we need to do in terms of units?
Yes, yeah, there was, so we approved about 150 units in June, and,
Yeah.
and we're targeting 600 in this budget cycle.
Right, right. And ultimately, the need is 900.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so this substantially increases our chances of getting to the 600 in the next couple of years. Well, that's great news. Good, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Yeah, I'm confused. Mr. Smythe, you started off talking about the 5 projects, 4 on city-owned land, and then 7 other projects. So I'm going to try to come at this with a question. Does that mean we have 12 total in our sites or not?
Sorry, Councillor McKeenan, that might have been a slight error in that, then the calculation of that 7. So what we're proposing submitting with this report is the first 4 sites that were approved to move forward on city-owned land, repositioning those as modular builds. The 5th site, which was approved as a standalone modular project in June as well. And then in addition to that, we have 1 city-led hotel purchase and conversion that we're considering submitting, assuming that our due diligence works out prior to the deadline, which is November 27th. And then we have 4 separate partner projects, which were developed by housing providers and have not had any city involvement in them substantially to this point. But we've received information about them through a scan that we did, leveraging the shovel-ready group as well as our relationships with other housing builders to identify additional shovel-ready projects. And so we're just doing some due diligence on those. But again, if that due diligence works out before the planned deadline on November 27th, then we would also include those in our submission.
So Councillor, the macro number is 10. There's 10 projects that are in play.
That's all very good news. And I a couple of questions because I did that recent inquiry. Any Indigenous housing operators, developers involved in any of those projects, Ms. Congener?
Yes, there are.
Perfect. The other question would be, are we still maintaining our goal of spreading the solutions to homelessness around the city?
The 10 projects are located in all different parts of the city.
Okay, there's no concentration in any particular ward.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Well, this is a lot to digest, and will you be meeting with the the City Council Housing Initiative representatives in the next couple of weeks to further discuss this?
Councillor, we can do that. I mean, it wasn't in our calendars, but we can certainly make that a priority.
Let's not use a priority word, but let's say that would be, I think it would be a wonderful thing to do.
We'll circle back for sure.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you. Great work.
Thank you. I'm trying to click in, but, and it says I'm,
You are here.
oh, okay, it's just not showing up on here. Okay.
It will.
Okay, cool. Councillor Hamilton, can you
I've got the chair.
take the chair? So just the 78 units for the federal RHI, we got some questions right away, and I hadn't stopped to do the math, but it's 300 plus per door. That was the federal expectation, is that you get at least 78 units based on what they thought was sort of a national average for unit prices, which are more expensive in other cities than here right now. So we're going to stretch that further than 78 or do our very best.
Right now, we're targeting 80 units, and the funding is, it's sufficient to cover the base cost. With one of the sites, there's some extraordinary servicing costs that we would be using the Affordable Housing Capital Reserve to pay for, but that's to enable us to use the land. Like, there's a road that needs to be built and that sort of thing.
Okay. And then that was the dedicated stream for cities, and we're making the case that that needs a top up. The FCM released today, $7 billion is the gap still for sort of RHI 2.0 to deal with 27,000 units of need out there, including the balance of our portfolio request. So that may involve a top up to the city's stream or a top up to the application-based sort of merits stream, or both. But there is the other $500 million, which we've been strongly encouraged because we have projects ready to go after that as well. So in addition to this, which I think proves our ambition and that we are literally shovel ready on a number of these projects, I trust that you don't need further direction to go after the merit-based portion of the program.
Not if you approve the report today with the motions.
That will enable you to go after that with partners who are going to actually develop. Yeah, okay, that's great. Yeah, because I think, some of the other mayors and I have sort of suggested we want to race to use up that second $500 million as quickly as possible and show that we're serious about rapid deployment here. So that's really good. The other piece of this around modular is for the actual construction on that, will that be us doing the procurement or the housing agencies doing the procurement on the modular?
On the initial builds, using the rapid housing block funding, the city will manage the project delivery.
But we won't own in the end. We're going to grant these as gift, essentially, to community ownership in the hands of the not-for-profits.
That's correct.
Now, if we are, the reason I ask is because I think part of the pitch, particularly to the province, to work with us to make these units successful based on some recent conversations, is that, I suspect if you're a, modular prefab builder in Nisku, you've got an advantage over one in BC or Ontario or Nebraska to produce the sub-assemblies for us, but we're not in a position to buy local under procurement laws. And I don't know that the agencies, if they were using federal dollars, would be in a position to buy local either. But part of the pitch to doing modular is that ought to be economic uplift, hopefully in our region, to industries that are really struggling right now. But we can't put that on the table politically as we're going to create jobs in our fab yards here. That's going to have to go out to tender the normal way. Yes,
That's correct.
Unless or until the province or feds are prepared to lean in on buy local as part of economic recovery, which is something that's been discussed previously and is still sort of out there. So, but all of the things being equal on our own, we have to tender them in the normal way, hoping that the locals will have cost advantages because of proximity.
I was just going to say that because of proximity and because of what we're looking at, our hope is that it is.
Well, and here's the other side of the pitch, which is that we're first in on this and big in on this and build the best mousetrap for modular housing. I want us to be, which is to say our region and people at work here and companies that are struggling right now, to be building these for the rest of the country if possible. So that's the economic development upside to leaning into the modular piece, which again, I think is attractive to the province. So has that been part of your conversations at the administrative level at all? Or is that more political focus?
Certainly this program is going to create significant demand for modular prefab construction. And so if there is, the opportunity exists for local providers if they're prepared to seize it, for sure.
I think other municipalities have used this, so, the hope is that we could do that, but Vancouver has done this modular build, so they're actually already equipped for that. Talking to their CAO was offering, how can we help you with what you're pursuing? So, the hope is that we could do that locally and create that locally, but other municipalities have started doing this, so I'm not sure that it's guaranteed.
No, far from it. It's just if we can leverage economic, I'm out of time. Sorry. Yeah, I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmell's next.
Thank you. I just want to go through the numbers again. I'm sorry this kind of came quick, but $17 million for 78 units is roughly $216,000 a door. That's on the expensive side of new construction costs. So are those numbers correct, or what am I missing here that might be making this more expensive?
Councillor Carmel, these are actually quite closely aligned to the figures that we received from CMHC. They quoted $220,000 per door in the Edmonton market was their expectation, and so we're pricing in quite close to that.
Okay. A little farther down in the report, it says something to the effect of a further, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but a further 527 to 597 units could be provided with approximately $72.4 million additional. Can you explain that a little bit?
So that includes the full list of the 10 projects, and that's because there are a number of hotel conversions on there as well, which do have potentially have a per unit cost that's lower than the new construction.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Cartmel, just per the earlier conversation, this is still competitive. And so while we have estimates, if we get better prices, obviously that's going to be a hope from having competitive procurement on this.
Yeah, no, I followed and understood the procurement process, so that's great. I have no problem there. It's just that I'm getting feedback from some in industry that $220,000 a door is on the very expensive side of cost. So
I guess what I'm saying is, if it is, and it's that industry that's going to be bidding on this, our hope is that competition actually drives that price down.
Right, fair enough. Okay, thank you, Mr. Loughlin. Thank you.
Councillor Katarina.
Thank you. Going back to procurement of this, given it has to be open source and that, is there a plan in place, or could a plan be in place to make sure that local suppliers or potential suppliers are contacted or asked to submit more than we normally do? How would these local contractors know that there's a bidding process for this product? Maybe saying that we just advertise in the paper, or how do we notify these people?
If Ms. Pearson's on the call, our procurement folks would post this to the normal channels, Councillor Katarina, and it would be advertised that way. But we can certainly ensure that we're...
Yeah, what are those normal channels, Adam?
Ms. Pearson's on the call now, so I'll see if she can provide commentary on that.
Yeah, how are they advertised, or how are they?
Actually, Councillor Katarina, I would have to get back to you. I apologize for this, but I do know that we can put calls out to people to make sure they are aware of the bidding. And so, and that does not circumvent the process, it's just to make people aware. It also would allow to what Mr. Loughlin was saying, is to make sure we get competitive bids to get as many people pursuing this as possible.
So
it wouldn't infringe on any trade agreements if you actually ask them to submit
no
in any form that you desire.
It does not, Councillor. So we can do that.
And
so
we can connect.
Sorry, Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, we can connect with the Edmonton Construction Association to make sure that they're aware that those opportunities are there, and they do a pretty good job of making sure that their members are aware of the bid as well. So we'll do that.
Okay, and I think that does lead to the mayor's comments on economic development for our local industries in this. If we can procure, or if they can procure housing for others that might not have anybody in the vicinity. So it doesn't contravene any trade rules, and you'll expand on who you reach out to.
Yeah, if council directed us to go local, that's where we get into a situation of trade rules. But ensuring that the local industry is aware of what's coming down the pipe, that doesn't violate any trade rules.
Okay,
And Councillor, just to be clear, it does go on the Alberta Purchasing Connection, which is all local businesses are aware of that as well. It's just maybe doing that extra push to make sure they're aware.
I think maybe the extra push would be directly at those who manufacture these units to make sure that everybody in the general area, and I'm saying regional as well too, because a lot of them are just outside our boundary, but they belong to the metro region.
Correct, Councillor, we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Need a motion for a second round.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any objection? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Councillor
Well,
Henderson.
just walking down this path a little bit more, and I understanding that time may be against us on this, but if we could find someone that could deliver these as net zero ready, then the sustainable affordable housing money through GMF becomes available, and there's some significant grant as well as low-cost loans that go with that. And I'm thinking that might be a market that isn't cornered yet and could be would be really desirable to replicate across the country. So I just flagged it. I know you guys know about that program, but if there was a way, if we're doing modular, it may be easier than we think. And if there was a premium, that's what the money is there to allow for the premium to do. And it strikes me that that's a bit of the market that would have huge uptake, and the money will be there to support it nationally. So I just flagged that as a program. I know you're aware of the program, but it might just be worth thinking that one through. Understanding that time is of the essence, I get that may be the impediment there, but I would really, knowing that program really well, I would really strongly recommend we think that one through a little bit. So not really a question, more an observation.
If we can, we will, but time is...
I know, time, I realize that, but I'm guessing with modular, one of the advantages of modular is it actually answers a lot of those questions in terms of the building envelope.
And
Because you
Councillor,
don't have to be net zero, it just has to be net zero ready.
in fact, some of the CMHC scoring requirements
Yeah.
do go down that pathway. Yeah.
Yeah, so check it out with GMF, because there may be some money there to help support it. Not just loan money, but some good grant money as well.
The point about the niche is a good one, though. That's good to flag from a NECDEV point of view. Councillor McKean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few months ago, we held a workshop. Nearly 50 local business leaders turned up for the idea of a made in Edmonton solution. Things weren't as rosy then, I suppose, as they are now, in regards to supportive housing. And the consultant was dispatched to interview all those people. And there was a draft report prepared. What I'm wondering about is if there would be a way in the coming weeks to contact those folks, because I feel like we, first of all, asked them for their input, and they're all local, and they may get, or this program strategy might blow past them without seeking any further input to see if they'd want to be involved in some way, because, you know, there may be some offers of low margins, philanthropy. I don't know what it would be. So would it be possible to engage that group again?
Councillor, we can reach out. I mean, this is a very dense report. There's a lot of good information in it, and we can certainly communicate the information in the report and let them know the timelines and where they can get more information. Not wanting to sort of bias any one group in particular, but just keep a level playing field and make sure that they're fully aware of how things are moving forward. Because we do want to get the procurement launched ASAP, as we've communicated, but certainly, letting that group know where things are at and that there's a lot of traction moving forward. So we can take that upon and keep them up to date where things are at.
My office would be happy to help too, Mr. Smythe. I just think there's some reputational stuff there at risk too. They have given us their time, their ideas, and it would be just wise for us to I'm not saying that they should win a procurement. I'm just saying that some of them may want to put together a bid on something if they knew what we were doing. And that way we would have engage them again and their capacities and their great interest in helping us solve this problem. So I don't want it to look like we said, hey, thanks very much, and then carried on without getting any further feedback from them. So I'm happy to hear that, and I'm happy to be involved in some way if required. And Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to put the recommendation on the floor at the right time as well.
Now's as good a time as any.
I've done it then.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. Carrying on, Councillor Walters.
Well, I just clicked on to do that as well, but I'm grateful for Councillor McKee to do that. And so maybe to Mr. Laughlin, noting all of those ideas that were just presented, which are reasonable in their own right, I guess I just want to be assured that our primary objective here is to get moving with this, and we'll certainly not do things that would slow us down.
No. If anything, we need to make sure that we're picking up the pace as quickly as possible, because we need to, but also, and other CAOs across the country have shared this, these are some pretty tight timelines from the federal government to get this money out the door. So we have to go.
Okay, well, I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments? Councillor McKee to close.
Call the vote, Mr. Mayor.
Please vote.
eScribe just popped up. It said it refused to connect, so I'm a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Walters?
Yes, absolutely. I don't have a...
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, folks. You might want to stay where you are just in case there are any questions arising from Councillor McKean's notice of motion 8.1, not-for-profit housing providers accessing city land assets. Or pardon me, no, this is Councillor Walters, not Councillor McKean. Pardon me. Councillor Walters, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll move that the administration provide an update on the status of not-for-profit housing providers accessing city land assets as part of our affordable housing investment strategy, and any updates on land policy required to advance our affordable housing goals. I'll need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor McKean's got the second there. Okay, go ahead and introduce the motion.
Thank you. So it's pretty self-explanatory. There was a capital profile in the last multi-year capital budget dealing with our land assets. I'm just interested in a bit of an update on how that profile is being deployed. As it says, how our not-for-profit housing providers are accessing the land that we have available to them for this strategy. And I do know that there's some policy updates that could in fact help deal with getting land in the hands of our not-for-profit sector more expeditiously. So this should be a fairly straightforward and simple update and report on some further actions required. So it's essentially for information at this point in time. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any so far. So I think if you've got anything further.
Oh, good.
Okay.
I'm good. Thanks.
Seeing nothing, then I'll call the vote. Thank you.
We are good to go.
Display the vote, please. That's carried. And next up is Councillor Hamilton, underground high voltage transmission lines capital profile.
Yes. There I am. I'm just pulling that up here. Oh, and it's logged me out.
We can put it up on the screen for you.
Thank you. Okay. So I will move that administration prepare a capital profile to put the high voltage transmission lines underground as part of the West Edmonton transmission line upgrade in residential areas per sections 9.611 and 9.612 of City of Edmonton Bylaw 15100.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. There's an inquiry coming back with the pricing for this, and I see that could dovetail with this motion if it is successful. Why I'm bringing this today is because the many occasions in which this utility project was discussed, it was always discussed under the pretense that we could not make EPCOR bury the transmission lines. That was within the jurisdiction of the AUC. However, we never approached this question from a policy perspective. As many of you will know, Bylaw 15100 is it's the last MDP that we passed. And on the eve of passing the next MDP, I want to draw your attention to a section of that document that says that not only will the city the city call for high voltage transmission lines specifically to be buried, it also says that the city will, it makes the promise actually that the city will advocate for that and register as the intervener in matters. If you can recall, the last time we discussed this, we were advised that we would not in fact register as the intervener in this, but that was legal advice, that wasn't policy advice. And I want to bring this to council's attention because I think we missed something really big here. I think that we let people down because we made a promise in the municipal development plan that we subsequently said we had no intention of following through with. Now, I don't want to sound, I'm not, I don't think any one person or any one department is to blame for this, but I think that we looked at this problem through the wrong lens. And I think, while I'm not at this point asking council to fund it, I am asking council to entertain the question as a way of making amends to community that I think we let down. And it specifically identifies and has identified high voltage transmission lines in residential areas, which was brought to the attention of council and administration. And I think we just asked the wrong question on that. So I'm bringing this forward because I think we made a promise to people. And I think, and when this went to the AUC and the decision was written in March, so it's fairly fresh, the AUC left it within the prerogative of the City of Edmonton to decide whether or not the city pays for it, but it was not on the ratepayer. And I think that's an important and agreeable distinction because the MDP is not a utilities conversation, it is our municipal development plan. And that's a decision that was made as part of the development of this city. So I'm hoping that this has council support, that we see the complexity in making promises like this. It has unintended consequences, but it should have been council's prerogative to decide whether or not we were going to uphold that part of the MDP. It was never, I think, a question, in my opinion, of whether or not EPCOR, we could make EPCOR do it. That was, I think we asked the wrong question there. So I'll leave it at that. Open to questions.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, I don't know all the details of this, but I'm thinking these are lines in the transportation utility corridor, are they not?
No.
Okay, so they are running, because I think, because in the past when we've had this issue, they were in the TUC. So what corridors are they running through?
That was part of the discussion at the AUC, that the alignment that was proposed, residents had actually asked for it to move into the TUC, and it was the argument that came back from the province was that there was too much development planned for the TUC, and that it had to therefore run through these residential areas. And I think Councillor Knack would know, but there's some areas where I think we're out of the TUC by a few meters, but sometimes by a substantial amount more.
Okay, well, I'll keep on listening, because that was perhaps an incorrect assumption on my part, because I think if it's in the TUC, I think the reason the TUC is not a residential area, and that was a kind of expectation. So I think that's why I wanted to do that double check. Okay, I will continue to listen. I guess the question, I'm guessing this is a pretty big bill. Maybe that's to administration. Any guesses?
I think that's the purpose of the report that's coming back from EPCOR. I think the original date was in January.
Okay, so EPCOR is crunching the numbers on this?
Correct.
Okay, so, because my other question is how much time and effort and money would it cost for us to do it?
That was part of the previous discussion on whether the inquiry was actually an inquiry or a motion.
Right.
I think EPCOR has some of that information already.
Okay.
They're just confirming.
So this would just be a matter, so if you had to put this into a capital profile prior to getting the EPCOR information, it would be a huge load. If you have the EPCOR information, the capital profile, I suspect, is just
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, just a quick question. We have a number of these throughout the city, so I'm just wondering, are there differences here, or is this something then that would be looked at for all TUCs?
I think it's important to clarify this isn't the TUC. This is it says specifically in the municipal development plan that high voltage transmission lines running through residential areas, the preference is for them to be buried, and the city's role in that is as advocate and intervener. So I think the TUC question is different, but I think there is a question about our statutory planning. One, about the specificity of these kinds of commitments, and two, I think there were cases perhaps in the past where the city did intervene on these matters, and I think it should be done. My opinion would be that it would be done equitably if it's in the statutory plan. But that's, I think, another discussion for council to have.
Okay, well, that's all right. Then that clears up a little bit. So, do we have any other areas like this then in the city where we have transmission lines through residential?
I think, Councillor Paquette, the nuance here is this is a new installation or about to be an installation, but we do have either transmission or distribution lines that are above ground in the city and other locations. It's just that, I'm not speaking for the councillor, but I think it's because the installation is planned.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I just I know that when folks get wind of this, they'll wonder why not in their area too. So just something to flag. But if EPCOR is crunching the numbers, I don't see why we wouldn't support this. That's it. Thanks.
Councillor Henderson, could you take the chair?
Yep.
I guess first to the mover. If the inquiry is coming back, doesn't this make sense as a motion arising from the inquiry? Why are they coming to a separate? Why shouldn't we postpone the motion on the floor to when the inquiry comes back? Let me put it plainly.
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable question. But I understand that there is construction planning happening right now. So if there, so if there is the will at council to see the lines buried, and it would give people an opportunity to speak to council that they have not had about this issue as part of the budget process, then they could, they would have that opportunity. That, I would have liked to see this arise out of that, but I think there's some time pressures here.
So one as a message of potential intent to EPCOR, and the other as an invitation for folks to. That is not persuasive to me. I'll be honest with you. Back to administration, order of magnitude. I mean, what are we opening the door to here?
I think it depends on how far we're talking about here. My understanding is that we're looking at around $3 million to go underground for a portion of this, but it would all depend on, again, EPCOR's breakdown of the different segments of this.
Okay. And sorry.
If I could, a nuance, if we're asking EPCOR to do this, it may not be capital, it may not be operating, so it might be cleaner just for a profile to give us some time to figure out what the right mechanism is, whether it's capital or operating.
Right, because it might be a grant
Correct.
to them rather than our project. Okay, so
Maybe it's just a profile.
Yeah.
To give us the latitude.
Well, and I think that's part of why I would rather see the report back and rather have folks come and speak to the report with the benefit of more of those questions answered than invite this to become a budget question with the other questions that are before us. But that's a cart and horse issue. The other question of interpretation I have for administrations, we've heard the argument that the municipal development plan encourages this to happen, which can be interpreted as a preference for the city, or it can be interpreted as a policy that we should live up to. And I guess I'm not clear. And I'm curious what administration's interpretation would be of what's in the municipal development plan. Is it policy that we should be encouraging this, or is it an undertaking to do it, as has been suggested?
See if Ms. McCabe is prepared to weigh in on that.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Mr. Mayor. I think, the intention of the entire municipal development plan is to set policy about how we want our city to be, how council wants the city and how Edmontonians want the city to be developed. And there's some policy statements in the previous The Way We Grow with respect to high voltage transmission lines around representing the interests of citizens through consultation, advocating for the lines to be buried, and promoting the citizens' quality of life in the planning and development of high voltage transmission lines. Now, you will know legally that EPCOR is not bound by the city's municipal development plan, and the MGA does set out that the adoption of council of a statutory plan does not require the municipality to undertake any of the projects referred to in it. However, from a policy perspective, that was the intention of the policy statements with respect to high voltage transmission lines. With that being said, the new draft city plan does not have this level of detail in it. And that's part of the learning through the development of the next iteration of the city plan.
Well, speaking to it in that 19 seconds, I think we should postpone this question, and I'm not sure we have policy on this, and if we do, to take an originalist kind of view of what was in council's mind at the time 10 years ago, we thought this should happen, but it should be paid for by the rate base and not by property taxpayers. So I'm very concerned about opening the door to property taxes as the funding source for this. So, but I'm out of time. So, Councillor Knack?
Just
I'll
maybe
take the
speak
chair back.
if everyone's done questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so very much appreciate that point you just raised. Maybe just to re-acknowledge what Councillor Hamilton said earlier on, which was that when I think it was, and time is a blur, it doesn't matter when it was, but whenever we had the conversation, there was the motion the council was debating to register as an intervener. We were told not to. And I think that gave the impression to residents that we weren't going to, that their concern was not going to be heard in a way that it could have been. So that's very well might be the case, that this might not be the thing to do in terms of that budget conversation. But being that we were instructed to not intervene, and then subsequently I withdrew that motion that council was going to debate, I think we do at least owe an opportunity to just have that conversation out loud. And I recognize that it's a little bit broken up at this point, and that there's a separate inquiry and a budget piece. But I'd like to make sure we take a few of those steps that we could, just to make sure we're at least giving this an opportunity to be heard, even if in the end council decides something entirely different. If we had done that up front as the intervener, when we could have said, we think this is the right approach as the city, this is where we want to go, that would be our submission into that process. I don't think this conversation would have been needed. So because of maybe something that fell apart in that process, I think that's why I would hope folks can support this, recognizing that council may not support the actual profile when it comes back, but I think we should at least be willing to have that created for that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
I'm really nervous about this because I'm nervous about bringing a profile to this budget before a report that we're likely to get from EPCOR. And I don't know how we will deal with that without the information. And I recognize in some ways we got ourselves here because we didn't get a lot of information on this, quite frankly, because I had always assumed, and my suggestions at the time when I was asked about this was that it was in the TUC, and that us intervening was a kind of Hail Mary that was designed to make us feel good this didn't stand much chance of success, an expensive one at that. So understanding now that there's more nuance to this, it is really hard to vote on this, but I'm really concerned about going to a capital profile at this point without really truly understanding the question, because I think that also makes another kind of promise that I think is problematic, and that I don't think we will have the information at budget to be able to vote on this. I mean, I can see creating a profile for the spring SOBA, and SCBA, but I understand that the timing is tight if they're doing their planning right now. I'm really torn. I think going this route and creating a profile creates a set of expectations that I worry are just going to be dashed in a different kind of way, if only because we won't have the information we need to make the decision at the time. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm speaking to it on it. So I think I'm very nervous about approving this because I think it makes the wrong promise, which doesn't mean we shouldn't be looking at it further. I'm just not sure this is the mechanism.
Anybody else? Just one cleanup. Mr. Laughlin suggested it should just say a profile because we weren't sure yet what kind of budget profile it might be. So if it's friendly, we should strike the word capital because it might not be our asset. It's technicality, but if there's no objection, we can clean up the motion to say prepare a profile
Budget profile?
Budget profile, yeah. Okay, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, in asking questions, I did mention I didn't understand why we wouldn't support this, but I've heard since then some good reasons to maybe delay this. I do want this information. I think it's important, but I don't see the utility in, pardon the pun, but in putting the cart before the horse. So I'd kind of like to get the information the other way around. And if this is jumping ahead, I don't see that we can have the right kind of conversation about this. So if no one else is going to speak, I guess I'm just, I'm a little bit on the fence on this now and maybe leaning toward no, but not because I don't want the information, but because I think it's really important that we get this in the proper order. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're going to be in a bit of a procedural bind if this fails, but there's still an inquiry coming back that might generate this motion. I would rule at that point, if this fails, that the inquiry is moot. So I'm not speaking to you, Councillor Paquette. I'm just imagining a process issue here. But anyway.
Well, because I still have time on the floor, I'm just wondering, is it possible to move postponement of this motion?
That would be in order.
I would like to. I move that. If
Okay.
There's a second here.
To have the motion on the floor go to the committee accompanying the inquiry?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's in
I'll
order.
second that.
Councillor Henderson seconds that. Okay, so postponement would bring them together. Councillor.
So you want to refer it to line up with the inquiry when it comes back in January?
Yes, please.
Refer to committee to
Because otherwise it's
accompany the
postponed and
report.
it
Yeah.
just sits on a table.
No, you're right. Yeah, referral, not postponement. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
That's your intent, right, Councillor Paquette, to have them come back?
Yeah, because
together.
like I said, I would like to have this conversation in the proper order with all the information. So that would be very helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, could you take the chair?
Yep.
I'm really glad someone put postponement on the floor, because I'd already spoken to it. I felt I couldn't, but I think this is the most appropriate way to deal with this. I think if there is a will to do it, we need to put that in a policy context and have some sense of the order of magnitude. But I think the bigger question here is if we are going to get in the business of paying for portions of the electricity system using property tax dollars, that could have significant implications for us that we need to think about. We need some sense of the implications of that, and then to build some policy around it. And I think we can do multiple things at once. I think if we wish to go in that direction and wish to, are inspired to do so because of a need here, then I think we can still get to all of that. But I think it would be premature, and I would have felt obliged, not having done that work, to vote no to the motion on the floor, which I think doesn't do justice to the questions that have been put before us, which frankly I don't feel equipped to answer today, absent the other information and a bit more interpretation from council and some perspective from the public and from EPCOR on the AUC issues. Because I think the minute we begin to signal that we would be prepared to do this sort of thing, our standing to intervene, we'd still have standing, but we're going to be told, hey, well, you guys pay for it then. And I'm just very concerned about that, because we handle enough expensive linear infrastructure, and it took us a while to get out of the power business before. So I want to tread very lightly for some of the same reasons others have articulated. So I appreciate that the councillors impacted by this feel compelled to bring this forward because of something else that happened, but because of one doesn't post hoc ergo propter hoc. I'm not sure where that it follows directly that we should move into the business. And if we need to reevaluate again what our policy is to have a different response around intervention, more specific to what's in the previous, or the, I guess, current, but soon to be former MDP, then I think that's a conversation to have, but not today. So all to say, I'm going to support referral of the motion on the floor. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Hamilton?
You know, I appreciate the discussion here, and what it's highlighting is how awkward this is when policy dives into, when statutory planning, dives into really specific policy. I think, you know, what I hadn't put in the motion was a due date. I was hoping for this next budget, but I think having it referred to the later conversation will still signal that it's a conversation to be had. I mean, without intervening, the AUC told the residents and the city of Edmonton that if we wanted it underground, then we should pay for it. And I completely respect the conversation around should we or shouldn't we, but the promise that we made in the stat plan was that we would. We said that we would represent the interests of citizens through consultation with energy suppliers and providers, other jurisdictions and industry operators as they plan the lines and, if necessary, intervene with the regulators. And Councillor Knack will know that we have heard that again and again and again from residents who asked why, when it's set out in the statutory plan of how we're going to develop this city, we weren't willing to go to bat for them. And we didn't really have a good answer on that. And that continues to be a very sore point in these communities. And it's not just one community, it's 3 or 4 communities who feel that that we promised something that we did not deliver on. So I think that is, you know, part of the reason I'm bringing that up is because I think that is a conversation that this council needs to be conscientious of and that we need to be aware of and perhaps discuss to avoid this in the future. But I accept referral at this point, and I hope that we can give, at the very least, the communities involved a voice in this and some closure.
Thank you. Anything further on referral? Not seeing any. Please vote. I realize we're a touch over time here, but we'll stop here as soon as this is done. Yeah, Councillor Walters texted me and let me know he had a hard stop at 5:30, so with
Councillor
regret.
McKean?
Weird. I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Cartmel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Display the vote, and that's carried. Okay, we will resume with budget discussions on Wednesday at 9:30. We're in recess until then. Thank you.